a million other black GIs. They had fought for the country in segregated ranks. They returned hoping for equality and the American dream. For many, that dream was a new home for little money down and some of the easiest credit terms in history.
I went up to the salesman. We're interested in your home. We're interested in buying one. And what is the procedure? Is there an application to be filled out? So forth. So he looked at me, looked around, and he said to me, he says, listen, it's not me, but the owners of this development have not as yet decided to sell these homes to Negroes.
It was as though it wasn't real. You can't imagine. But for someone to come out and actually tell you that they can't sell to you, you know, I was really on an up, man, look at this house. Can you imagine having this? And then for them to tell me because of the color of my skin, I can't be a part of it.
The FHA underwriters warned that the presence of even one or two non-white families could undermine real estate values in the new suburbs. These government guidelines were widely adopted by private industry. Race had long played a role in local real estate practices. Starting in the 1930s, government officials institutionalized a national appraisal system where race was as much a factor in real estate assessment as the condition of the property. Using this scheme, federal investigators evaluated 239 cities across the country for financial risk.
So that those communities that were all white, suburban, and far away from minority areas, they received the highest rating, and that was the color green. Those communities that were all minority or in the process of changing.
Welcome to another episode of I'm sorry. This is something new. I'm so used to saying that. This is actually called Mega Mondays. And let me throw that up there. So this stream is something new. A lot of other channels do where they do these long streams and then they just chop up clips. Well, we're doing that today. So I didn't do my You Left Shit Out podcast. That's the reason why I was about to say that. But welcome. I'm starting out this stream. I'm your host, the beginning host, Compton J. Let me throw up what we have in store for this Mega Monday with Nick and CJ. Wow, that rhymes. I didn't even try to do that. I guess I got skills like that. Let's see. Here we go. All right, so here is our Mega Monday. Not sure how often we're going to be able to do that, but for today, it's Mega Monday, not a longer than normal stream. So we're starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're going to go all the way to about 10 p.m. Eastern. One stream, a couple of guests, a couple of hosts, all on RBN. Lots of topics to talk about, and that's what I want to cover right here. The topics that we're going to be covering in this stream. Mega Monday with Nick and CJ. I'm going to say that a lot since it rhymes. Of course, we're going to talk about the Patrick Lyoya murder. He was murdered. Julian Assange, the Israeli troops, all the videos we've all seen on social media. We're going to be talking about that. Briahna Joy Gray just released some new content interview with Chris Small. So we're going to be covering that. And then we're going to cover the cost of Biden's war, like of Biden's military increase. I think it's something like 80 some odd billion dollar increase. So we're going to talk about that, the cost of that. The human cost, not money cost. Well, also, I think we're going to start with the Nina Turner, Pramila Jayapal kind of update. I think she went on, I can't remember who she went on, but we'll start with that in a little bit. And then Kim Iversen and BJG is an interesting question they posed during, I think they were on the Hill, that I want to ask. And as you see on the graphic, we're going to have Comrade Misty, as she's known on Twitter, but Misty will be joining us. She'll be joining us in about 30 minutes or so. She's finishing up her radio show. So right now she's doing her radio show. She'll be finishing up. I'm going to do a chat check to make sure there's no issues with anything in just a second here. And then where am I on this list here? I feel like I missed. Oh, right there. I missed something. Starbucks unionizing across America. I just couldn't fit it in there. That was the full name. Starbucks unionizing across America. We're going to talk about that. Where did I leave off? I think that's it. But I knew I was missing something. That's why I doubled back to Starbucks. We're also going to have with us today Chuck Modi, great journalist, justice journalist is what I call him. He'll be here to talk about an array of topics that's going on that you saw on the list here, along with Misty. Now, I'm not sure if they're going to be on at the same time. They may, but they may not. And Nick will pop in when he's ready. So let me do a chat check here. All right. Glad to see everybody here. Thank you. All right, that's a good one. All righty. Come and keep your comrades warm. I'm back in the USSR. Wow. John's in the house. Regular John. What's up, John? Price is also a regular. What's up, Price? Yeah, Mega Mondays because it's a longer stream. What it was is I had an interview, not an interview, but we're going to talk Julian Assange and some other topics with Misty at like 6:30 Eastern. And then we also have a show at like 8:30 Eastern. I'm like, I'm not sure if Misty and I will be done in an hour and a half. So we just merged it. I started a half an hour early just to cover a couple of things before everybody gets on. Okay. Let's see. I got a couple of burritos for dinner. Was starving. That's what's going on for dinner. Personal pizza. This is the food of the masses. This is what feeds us. Okay, so thank you for that. Yes, just another Mega Monday. All right, so I think we got a good amount of people here. I was kind of just delaying for people to, because it takes a little while for the emails, for people to get the notifications, and just want to give a few minutes for people. But we're going to get started now that we have a good amount of people. The chat is live and popping here. Yes, Misty. Yes, we need, man, Walmart, Amazon, and Starbucks. I mean, those are top industry leaders in each of their industry. Wait. Well, Amazon and Walmart are in the same sort of industry. Well, Walmart is in person, I guess. It's different. Biden's war. I believe so. So since on that note, please like this stream. It really is important for people to see. You don't understand how important it is. I did it one time. I asked people to like, and I forget the plea I made, but it worked, and a lot of people liked it, and it was a big difference. So because this is Mega Mondays, like the stream. Let's get more people in here, more people in the chat. Maybe we can get some conservative voices, some liberal voices. Let's all talk. One place, have a discussion. So like this stream, share this stream, And then let's get into the topics. Let me see, what do I have queued up here? So I'm kind of a scatterbrain when I have. So where do I have it? Oh, I have it in my messages. So let me go ahead. I'll leave that up, that graphic up, just so you know what I'm about to get here. And started with that video. Love that video telling the history. I feel like these videos are very informative. They kind of adds to the revolution. It kind of gives that revolutionary edge. I think it kind of just, you hear what's happening, you see and feel what's happening now, and then you hear some of the things that happened in the past or that's still happening. It's like, okay, it kind of just adds to the motivation, in my opinion. But let me go to, where is it in? It is in tonight. Okay. I'm looking at my chat. So I'm talking to myself. So sorry about that. We will cover, I thought I put it in here. Did I not? All right. So I guess I will search it. It is not there. So let's go to where the screen is on. So let's just go here. So let's go here. YouTube we'll go to. And we're going to get an update on the Nina situation here. Nina Turner. If you missed the stream on, I can't remember. I did a stream with Nick. We briefly covered the Jimmy Dore video on this, so we're not going to cover that again. But there was an update, at least for me. A lot of you may have seen this video. I just saw it today. So let's go with week. Let's narrow this down. Okay. I was gonna do this one because they cover it, and it's everybody's using the word betray. Even those so a new word, a discussion we had in a stream on Saturday, I believe, with a comrade named Carlos. He's great. He's going to be back on. We came up with the term leftist, reformist leftist, because we were talking about what makes a leftist, and I was talking about how strategy needs to be part of that definition. And he was like, he was saying, I don't see a reformist as a leftist. I don't see how you can be a leftist and a reformist, is what Carlos was saying. Then I was saying, maybe we should just call them reformist leftists, where we're using the label they want to call themselves, which is leftist, even if we don't. We're giving them that respect, but we're adding the term reformist, so it's a clear understanding that they're a reformist and we are revolutionary leftists. So there is a distinction. In other words, old left and new left. So the video I was going to cover, I think it was the Kyle video. Did they do a video? Yeah, they did do a video. Where is it? Here it goes. Circular talk.
Welcome everybody to Crystal Kyle.
Oh wow, I just went right into it. I was trying to set it up. I've seen about 45 seconds of this, but there's supposedly some news. Let me read the description here and see if they give it away here. Okay, let's do something different. Let's read the comments first. So these are the comments from the video. So I've seen 45 seconds of it. I don't know what information is in the video, but here are some of the comments. How is this sorted? Let's sort. Oh, it's sorted by top. So wow, this one has 181 likes. I can't make it bigger. Hopefully you can see that. Let's not even pretend they're just stupid and naive at this point. They just don't care for progressive ideas and the people that would benefit from them. They're driven by social status, wealth, and power. And this person got 24 replies. Who? Jayapal is the person who's asking. So let's go to the next comment here, just so we can get a grasp. Maybe they're not all negative. I met Nina when I campaigned for Bernie here in New Hampshire, and every fiber of who she is and what she believes is real. Same with Senator Sanders. This is a reason they are behind each other 100%. So that one also got a lot, 360 thumbs up. So there is not all negative here. Let's go to the next one. Maybe we'll read 5 or 6. So let's go to number 3. It's insane how fast it went from supposedly optional progressive group to another facet backing corporate power. I would say that's a negative one. I hope Nina wins despite this, just so they can sweat nervously when Nina enters and brings some backbone to the progressive. And let's talk about that one, because this is the hope here. This is the hope that Nina's going to bring some backbone. That is the last hope that people have here. Nina's going to bring some backbone. Those that still, have a little fiber of believing in this situation. Jayapal is doing the job she once was put there to do. Tank progressive projects, make sure progressives lose. That's from Anita. Thank you, Anita. Or not, thank you, it's not on my comments. Nina Turner is great and doesn't deserve this bullshit. So I think I'll stop there. So you get a little bit of both. So let's listen to maybe 3 or 4 minutes of it if they get to the main part of the story. Actually, let's skip past and let's see. I want it because I know he doesn't have the information. Let's skip to here.
Yeah. And in fact, it's the contrary. I know you covered this, Kyle, this week. If anything, they've gone in the direction of saying like, oh, we should have been further and faster. Like
That's right. That's what Rokana said.
Yeah, that came from Rokana, and I have a feeling we'd get a similar line from Pramila Jayapal. I wanted to read what David Sirota, who has a great piece out at The Lever, really spelling out the betrayal and selling out of the left of the party and the progressive movement by Pramila Jayapal and the Congressional Progressive Caucus. He tweeted yesterday, let's be clear, this is very likely Pramila Jayapal selling out the entire movement because of her unbridled ambitions to get a fancy but meaningless leadership title among a House Dem caucus that will be obliterated in the midterm elections, a total betrayal on every level. And it's even worse than that because she's not even going to be successful in getting the fancy title, right? Like the corporate wing of the party, it doesn't matter how much you guys suck up to them, how many little pats on the head you get from Pelosi or from Ron Klain or from Biden himself. They see you as an enemy to be destroyed. That's why the corporate wing of the party went all in to back Shontel Brown and make sure Nina Turner never made it to Congress. And so if you are now just lining up with them, like just drop the label, stop pretending. I wish you'd just be honest about what you are at this point.
Yes.
The other piece that Sirota points to in his piece out at The Lever this morning is what you said, Kyle, about Build Back Better and how after the Virginia election results come in and Glenn Youngkin, spanks Democrats, they get all freaked out. Oh, the media starts saying, oh, it's all the left's fault, et cetera, and they immediately cave. But even before that, they completely caved and abandoned their principles on the $15 minimum wage. Recall that when Bernie endorsed Joe Biden, the one thing that he got as like an agreement out of Joe was $15 minimum wage. That was the first thing they talked about. The moment there was any resistance to that whatsoever, the Congressional Progressive Caucus, which claimed this was one of their top priorities, immediately abandoned ship. And now it's not even being talked about. I mean, it's like completely fallen out of the national discourse.
Okay. Nina backstab by. I'm going to fast forward to see if they get to the Nina part. That's what I'm looking to hear for.
Political calculation of like, I'm just going to stay out of the race because I prefer Nina, but Shontel Brown is.
Okay, maybe this is where let's rewind a little bit here then. All right, here.
Just having true progressives in the caucus, that is all long gone. And clearly, the true goal that she has in mind is whatever her own personal aspirations and individual ambitions are here, and it's a fucking shame.
So let me ask you this question, because I really do think it comes down to this. Is the reality in terms of what's going on in her head, what's going on in the heads of all these so-called congressional progressives that, look, I'm an honest actor. I really care about these policies that I virtue signal like I care about.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, I'm trying to play the inside game and get the wins that I can. And in order to do that, I have to appease Pelosi and stay on her good side. And this is one of those ways in which I'm appeasing Pelosi to stay on her good side. And ultimately, I'm a sucker because even though...
Okay, so I'm not hearing like breaking news, okay, that I thought was on here. So let me try a different way here. Yeah. You just bear with me, everybody. So let's go with this week. Who interviewed her? I'm trying to see who interviewed her. Oh, maybe it's this one. Okay, it's this one. Why I'm running. Okay, this is the video. My bad, everybody. I thought it was that video, but it's this one that I was looking to hear from Nina. So my apologies. Here we go.
And so, yeah, what Christian Small is doing, you know, there are Starbucks right here in my city, whether it's Clifton Avenue or West 6th Street or the one in Maple Heights, or excuse me, not Maple Heights, Mayfield Road in Cleveland Heights, just all of the various Starbucks right here in the greater Cleveland area. All of those wins and attempts to give people so much courage. What happened in Staten Island probably, you know, is owed to what they were able to do in Bessemer, Alabama. Even though they didn't come with the brass ring, it was just one more step in the right direction and one more move to motivate people to keep on fighting. So it's the combination of all of these things that I believe that's their job. Would you know what they had in common? Fight like hell to get that better. And that's benefits, that's wages, and that's work conditions. This is the roadmap that the progressive.
Okay, I'm skipping to more a poignant question we can get to.
The movement needs to use so that we keep on fighting. We cannot get weary in well-doing.
Well, I think your point about Bessemer leading to Staten Island is actually really important. And we know that Chris Smalls and Derek Palmer and their team went down to Bessemer to see what they could learn from that fight. They didn't watch the defeat of that. And by the way, Amazon cheated and there was a redo and the results of that are still ongoing. So they may have actually pulled it off the second time around. There's still some hope there. But they didn't look at that initial defeat and say, unionization, it just doesn't work. Forget about it. Instead, they said, okay, what did they do that didn't land, that didn't work, that we think we can improve upon for our own movement and for our own union drive on Staten Island?
Okay.
Matters to me. I think of like Michael Jordan playing a game with the flu, you know, and that was like one of his most legendary performances. Tiger Woods winning the US Open on a broken leg. The greats push through despite the odds. And in fact, they almost look at everything being biased against them as yet another good reason to shine and try even harder. And so that I feel like that energy needs to be something fully embraced by the left as opposed to defeatism and nihilism. You stare in the eyes, you know, whatever the mountain is that you're trying to climb, and you're like,
defeatism and nihilism. What do you, I'll put this question to the chat. Defeatism and nihilism. What do you think Kyle means by that when he says it in this context? So I'll rewind this section of the video, maybe 30. Let me see where we're at. We're here. I'll go to here. Okay.
Michael Jordan playing a game with the flu.
A little bit further back.
Yeah, whenever you start, you know, notching little victories here and there, it's like victories beget more victories. And then next thing you know, you're off to the races. So, I mean, look, I'm sympathetic on the one hand to those who have almost conceded to the nihilism, because I get where that urge comes from, and everybody on their worst days feels like that.
Oh, yeah.
But then on the other hand, you know, and I know I make this corny analogy all the time and people want me to shut up making it, but it actually matters to me. I think of like Michael Jordan playing a game with the flu, you know, and that was like one of his most legendary performances. Tiger Woods winning the US Open on a broken leg. The greats push through despite the odds. And in fact, they almost look at everything being biased against them as yet another good reason to shine and try even harder. And so that I feel like that energy needs to be something fully embraced by the left as opposed to defeatism and nihilism. You stare in the eyes, you know, whatever the mountain is that you're trying to climb, and you're like, mountains don't have eyes. But he's there at them, and you're like, I'm going to do this. Like, we're going to do this, and we're not going to stop at anything until we actually win.
So I don't know this, so I don't want to assume. That's the reason why I'm going to ask it in question form. I'm asking to the audience because maybe all of you know more than I do. But are they using the word nihilism, or people who have? Are they just, when they use the word nihilism, are they describing people who don't want to participate in the duopoly? Is that what they mean by nihilism, or are they talking about something else? I don't I don't watch them enough to know if that's the. But if any of you have seen this interview or know the take that he's talking about, please put that in the chat, because I have no idea. Okay, maybe this person. Let me see. Kyle is talking about people who say there is no point in voting, political nihilism in his view, but Jordan actually won sometimes. That's a good point. So Roxanne, thank you, Roxanne Marquez. It's so funny because I know Roxanne Marquez, a friend of yeah, she's a friend. I met her as a coworker though. But anyway, she spells it with 2 X's. Kyle is talking about people who say there is no point in voting. There is no point in voting. That's nihilism? I call that being practical. Like if you take your fist and you try to break through a brick wall, how many times do you need to hit it to realize that I can't break through a brick wall with my fist? How many times do you need to vote for participate in the system and nothing happened? Literally, they literally tell you this is the most important election of your lifetime. They tell you what they're going to do, and they never do it. But they can raise money for war like this. I don't understand how that's nihilism. That sounds like a person. I'm not saying Kyle, because maybe he's just using this word because somebody else started using it, but it sounds like a person who's trying to be negative about a person who has the view that duopoly is terrible. So you describe it as nihilism, where you just giving up, and that's not it. We're giving up on a duopoly. That's not giving up on life. That's actually, I feel like you're giving up on life if you're voting for the Democrats, because you're literally going to get nothing. You're literally going to get nothing if you vote for the Democrats. So let me throw some comments up here. I do see Misty, when you're ready, just throw me something in the private chat. I'll put you in. I'm finishing up on this because I don't know if you want to participate in this before we get to yours. But nihilism isn't the dipshits in this Big Lewinsky. I haven't seen that movie in so long. Which seems about as deep as people get. Let's see here. Oh, let me see what she says. Okay, so let's throw Misty, but let's give her the proper introduction. We all know her on social media, on Twitter. She is a comrade and a fierce voice. I think a needed voice in the fight for Julian Assange. Let's bring in Comrade Misty. How are you doing?
Hi.
Oops. How are you doing, Misty? I think I get it right now. There we go.
I'm good. I'm stressed out because my my super fancy Blue Yeti microphone stopped working right before my radio show today, so I'm panicked.
Oh no!
Yeah. I was like, oh, it's bad.
And you don't know what's wrong with it. You don't know at all. Like,
I think it's the USB, the USB cord. I think I don't know. My husband just went to Best Buy to see if he can get another one, but I was
hopefully that's
out.
it.
Yeah, I know.
Hopefully that's it. What did you use? You used the one that you're using now? Or what did you use as
no,
a
I just use this one, and this one, the stand. I'm like such a hot mess. The stand doesn't work, so I had to hold it the whole time, and I'm like, oh, so stressful, so stressful.
All right. Well, I'm happy that you were able to make it tonight. We're doing something different. We're calling it Mega Mondays, where we're doing like a longer stream. So thank you. You're on the first Mega Monday on
Yay!
RBN. So
I like being a guinea
welcome.
pig. I like it.
Welcome. I wanted to bring you on to specifically talk about Julian Assange, but I mean, we're going to touch upon some other. I want to get your take specifically on a question that came up between Briahna and Kim Iversen.
Yeah.
They were talking about the left, and Kim thought that it might come from the right. So that question I want to get to also with you on that. But Julian, I wanted to talk to you about Julian Assange because we haven't talked about him. I haven't had you on to talk about him in a few months or so, maybe 3 or 4 months. I can't even remember. And there's been updates, so I kind of want to just cover that and make sure that we're not forgetting about Julian Assange. Yeah, make sure that we're not. And Misty's right; she's not going to let us. But no. Can you kind of give? I showed you I sent you the video that we're going to kind of play to cover some of it. But if you want to give some sort of background, just sort of, just give your. If somebody came up and said, "Hey, I don't know anything about it. Why should I care about what's happening to Julian Assange?" What would you tell a person that asks you that question?
So this is a really simple question to answer because what Julian Assange did was expose the crimes and corruption of empire. He exposed war crimes. I mean, literal war crimes, and that's what he's being imprisoned for. That's what he's being persecuted for. And so essentially, what's happening to him would change the face of journalism forever. It would be. I mean, I don't know how we come back from that, frankly. This will be the first time that a journalist will be charged under the Espionage Act. So that sets a precedent. This is a historical court case on press freedom. And this is something we can't really afford to lose. If he's allowed to be extradited, if he's allowed to be prosecuted in the United States, he will go to jail for 175 years. It really does just completely change the game. It changes the face of geopolitical reporting as we know it. He's not an American citizen, so the fact that he's being charged under the United States Espionage Act but being afforded none of the protections of the First Amendment is really troubling. And I'll say it again, I say it all the time, this case essentially is the United States seeking global jurisdiction over information and journalism. And that terrifies me. I think that should terrify everybody. The United States is not exactly a known, good actor. It's not, they're known liars. They lie us into wars all the time. And so this would essentially give them the jurisdiction to, jail anybody really who publishes, prints, says anything that embarrasses them or that they don't like. So this is really, I try to find words to get people to recognize how important this court case is. It's hard. I fail all the time. I admit it all the time. I don't know how to get people to care, but I'm just going to keep trying.
No, and you do a good job. What you do, as long as you keep bringing it up, keep talking about it, and that's what we're trying to do. Oops, I'm hearing something in my ear, but that's what we're trying to do here at RBN, just to keep certain topics that could because the empire is so terrible, so much is going on, like they're failing on every level. So I get it, just the amount of other topics, but we always have to reach back on these very important, because this is like history making, like a shift in culture.
Yes.
With something like this, and that's what we I think need to understand. Let me unshare that, and let me share now. There's Chris Hedges went on what is it, PBS, what is this, Democracy Now!, there we go, and spoke about Julian Assange, and I just kind of wanted to play a little bit where is he? Okay, a little bit of this interview where he talks about Julian Assange and what's going on, some of the updates. And so that that kind of sets the foundation for our conversation about Julian Assange. Just to give everybody an update, just to debunk anything, because this is Democracy Now! And it is Chris Hedges, but it is Democracy Now! So don't think that it's not corporate. So if there's anything that is said, because I haven't watched all of it, I only watched maybe the first 2 minutes of it. Maybe I'm not sure if that's all we're going to play, but let's listen to what Chris describes as happening here.
Their 2 children. Chris Hedges, if you can talk about what Julian Assange faces right now, does he have any final appeal, and why you believe he has been held for as long as he has before the Belmarsh prison, of course, taken refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, where we interviewed him a number of times in London. He had been granted political asylum.
Well, there's been a long, let me just throw out that because UC Global, the Spanish security firm in the embassy, filmed all of Julian's meetings with his attorneys, revoking or destroying the capacity for attorney-client privilege, the case shouldn't even be in court. This has been a kind of judicial farce. Julian did not commit a crime.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for stopping.
Wait, can you talk about oh no, it's tell me when to stop, because just tell me, hey.
Okay.
Stop right there.
It was like 3 seconds in, and I'm like, you can't tell me to stop.
Nick and I do this all the time, like 2 seconds in.
I had to,
but
though.
No, go ahead.
Yes, the UC Global.
No, go ahead. I want you to kind of talk about what he's saying. I'm sorry to talk over it, but kind of talk about what he's
the UC Global case is massive. This is huge. A lot of people don't understand what this is or what it entails. And this is going to sound crazy. It is crazy. It's real life, though. This is what happened. So Julian Assange was in the Ecuadorian embassy for 7 years. About 4 or 5 years into that process, the Ecuadorian embassy hired UC Global, which is a Spanish security firm. They were very quickly then co-opted. So essentially, they were hired by the CIA, literally, and funded through Sheldon Adelson, who was a Trump mega donor. And they essentially then started their whole goal changed and shifted away from, they were originally hired to provide security for the Ecuadorian embassy, in particular for Rafael Correa's family. That very quickly shifted their goal once the CIA got a hold of them, and their goal was then to essentially just spy on Julian Assange and anybody who came to visit him, and that's exactly what they did. So every conversation he ever had with anybody who ever visited him, including his legal team, was spied upon, and then that information was then sent straight back to the CIA in the United States.
Did he know that at the time? Did the lawyer and him know that at the time it's happening? Go ahead.
Julian Assange, he didn't know, but he's not an idiot.
Right, of course, yeah.
He was made fun of. He was mocked. People said, "Oh, he's so paranoid." Oh, okay, looks like he was right. They were absolutely spying on every single conversation. And as Chris Hedges just said, that alone should have this case lit on fire. He cannot be given a fair trial in the United States of America when they were spying on his conversations with his legal team. That's absurd. That makes no sense whatsoever. I don't think
what is the response? What is the state response? Whichever country, like, to that, have they?
There's an
what do
ongoing
they
court
say
case
about that?
There's an ongoing court case right now in Spain with UC Global. No surprise, the U.S. and the U.K. are doing everything they can to make that as difficult as possible. So they're refusing to turn over evidence. They're refusing to to talk to the courts. So that court case is ongoing. They've been trying very hard to delay that for as long as humanly possible. So that is still in the works. But the idea that he was being, we're talking about, they went as far as had microphones in the women's bathroom, because Julian Assange, being paranoid, rightfully so, was having his legal conversations in the women's bathroom. And it turns out there were microphones in the women's bathroom too. So, they went all out. They spied on everybody that came in there. Every visitor had their electronic devices taken from them and cloned. They went through all of their documentations and paperworks. They attempted to steal one of the baby's diapers, Julian Assange's baby's diapers. They were going to try to get a DNA test to see that it was his kid. Just some unbelievable. It sounds insane. It sounds like a bad spy movie. It's real life. This is what happened. This is what they did to Julian Assange. And so the idea that anybody thinks that he can get a fair trial in the United States, I mean, just think about it.
It's absurd.
He's in a battle for his life up against the world's largest empire, and that largest empire had access to all of his legal conversations. That's not a fair trial. That end of it. That should be the end of it.
What
right
do you
there.
think will happen if he's extradited? I'm going to take the video out for this question I have for you, and I'll put it back in for the rest of it. What do you think is going to happen if he's extradited? When he reaches the soil here, he'll come in New York. What do you think? Like, what do you think could happen? Like, is it a jury trial, judge trial?
Oh no. So he'll be tried in the Eastern District of Virginia. There is no jury trial. Or there's a jury, but it's all so it's the Eastern District of Virginia. So it's all spooks. It's all 3-letter alphabet people. And
that's all who live around there, right?
Yeah. So that's the jury pool. There's no public interest defense, so he can't. He can't give a defense as to why he did what he did. And nobody wins. Nobody wins in that court. Nobody. It doesn't happen. Zero. Like that. That's not me making it up. That's zero. Zero people win in that court. So he has no chance whatsoever. Not to mention this, it's not a fair trial anyway. So he will be held in a pretrial detention center in Alexandria, Virginia. They will then go to trial. He will be convicted, and then he will be sent to who knows where for 175 years.
Has this ever happened to where a person who's not an American wasn't on the soil when it happened? When there's like, has this where they're snatching them from another country? like murderers don't get 100 and some odd years.
No.
Bankers who steal millions and cause millions of people to lose their home, they don't get 100. They don't get 175 days.
The people who committed the war crimes have never seen the inside of a courtroom. Julian Assange has been subjected to psychological torture for over a decade for exposing it. This is the world we live in. You know what I mean? Like this, it doesn't make any sense. There's nothing fair or just about it. If we lived in a sane world, Julian Assange would be hailed as a hero. We would have statues to his presence. You know what I mean? Like this dude, I mean, and I realize I'm biased because I've kind of dedicated my life to this for the past many years. But I mean, if we're being objective here, he's the GOAT. There's no question about it. Right. Addie Ads posted a poll on Twitter, is Julian Assange the GOAT of journalism? And that shouldn't even be a question. Absolutely. Are you joking?
I don't think the average person even knows what he exactly exposed, because mainstream media don't talk about it. So most people don't even understand. Is there a clip or a video I can go on YouTube to kind of bring up?
I mean,
is there a good person, a good source that you have that I can kind of search and quickly? This
like
is all
a quick one?
No, it doesn't have to be.
Okay.
What I'm. Go ahead.
No, he's exposed so much, Jay. I mean, honestly,
I'm just trying to get like where I can tell my audience, okay, let's just give you a partial list. Look at like this. These are the things that he's exposed. Maybe you can talk about some. Maybe you can talk about some. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, he exposed first of all the Guantanamo Bay files, which exposed the way that prisoners are treated in Guantanamo Bay. The collateral murder video is really what changed my life. So that was the first...
Let's go back to the Guantanamo Bay. Let's take them one at a time. So the Guantanamo Bay, what does it expose? So for those, this is for people that don't know anything about it. What does it expose?
So the Guantanamo Bay thing just exposed the way that the prisoners are treated in Guantanamo, the way that they're used against each other, the way that they're being held without charge, the way that they're being tortured. I mean, these are men who, seriously, some of them have been there for decades without charge. Like they're just chilling.
And some have been recently released and was never charged, and that's it. They just said, okay, bye, see you later.
Yeah,
like
I think
that's
it. They're still like, I want to say 19, but that could be wrong. I might be making. You know what would be good actually? There, my friend Somerset Bean. You can go to somersetbean.com. I think has some fantastic infographics. They're like these little like quick like things of like the top releases from Julian Assange.
Oh, come here, sweetheart. Since
I do a better job of. What is
Sorry,
happening?
my daughter walked in here, so say hi because everybody knows. She can't hear you, but there you go.
Right.
Say hi.
Hi. You're
right,
cute.
now.
Okay, let's see.
You're cute. Now can you Yeah, you gotta go. You gotta go.
You're cute. Now get out of here.
All right. Thank you. Can you close that? Thank you, sweetheart.
Oh goodness. Okay, so
All right.
let me come on, Bean, where are you at? Let's see.
Summer.
Now
you
my
said
kid's
it's
yelling. Somerset Bean. SOMER.
Somerset Bean. That's where I was at. I was trying to remember where I was at. Okay, so let
Yeah.
me go to a different tab here. It's Somerset. So just like it sounds, Somerset Beam.
SOMER
Okay.
SETBEAN.com.
Okay, so it's the summer part that's spelled a little bit different.
Yeah. So Bean, just so everybody knows, Bean makes amazing graphics. He does all my graphics for all of the actions that I organize, and makes these really fantastic flyers, posters, buttons, handouts, whatever you need. If you're going to organize an action for Julian Assange and you need stuff, Somerset Bean is your guy. He does fantastic work, and he's very patient with me with all of my random requests. So let's see.
I think I'm not typing this in right here.
Hold
so
on, I've got it.
www or yeah, if you could send me the link and then I can just click on it. I guess.
Yeah, hang on.
That might work better.
I'm gonna put it in the private chat for you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
There we go. So I'll click on that, and now I'll be able to share this. Okay, so let me now share this website here. Now, again, as I'm bringing this up, can you just kind of tell people what's on this website where we're going to be seeing here? Here we go.
Yeah, so like I said, Bean, it has literally everything you could ask for. It has just like shareable memes. It has printable flyers, buttons, posters, banners, informational handouts, you name it. If you need something for an action that you are planning for Julian Assange or press freedom or really anything related, I think Bean takes requests. He's very patient with me. So yeah, it's very helpful. I'm trying to find, God bless America.
Collateral murder.
So collateral murder.
Okay. Oh yeah, we were going through the list. Yeah, we're going through the list. Yes, I can put this in the background as you're talking about the list. We went through the Guantanamo Bay. And then what was the second one?
Yeah, collateral murder. For those of you who are not familiar and you have never seen it, I highly recommend viewing it. I will warn you, it is very disturbing to watch. It is, I think it's about 38 minutes long, and it is murder in, John Pilger once called it 360 degrees of murder. So it's two Apache helicopters flying over the streets of New Baghdad. In the first scenes, you can see a group of men walking through the streets. You can hear the helicopter pilots and the people who are in the helicopters talking about the men and discussing, they decide that they're enemy combatants. They claim they mistake a photographer. There are two Reuters journalists in that group of men. And they claim that the camera that they're holding are weapons. So they decided that they're going to open fire. They do that. They open fire on this group of men, slaughter the entire group of men. And then, which is, that's bad enough all on its own. But then you see shortly after that, a van pulls up upon the scene. A man and his two children are in that van. The man gets out to render aid to the people who are beyond help, but he attempts to get out to render aid. And they decide to also fire upon them as well, including the two children in the van. That's a war crime. That's called a double tap. So you're not supposed to fire upon first responders to a situation like that. And what's really the most disturbing about the collateral murder video is the audio. Watching it is hard enough, but hearing the just really disgusting and flippant way these men talk about murdering these people. There's at one point they say something like, oh, well, he shouldn't have brought kids to a gunfight. Well, he didn't. He was taking his kids to school and happened upon a massacre and stopped to render aid, and you decided to then slaughter him as well. So that man was murdered in front of his children. It's a really disturbing video. It's a really disturbing video. The kids were injured. They survived.
And now, do you believe that they knew that this wasn't the right people, or who are they saying they thought it was?
They were saying that they were enemy combatants and that they had weapons, and they said that they had an RPG, which is like a rocket launcher thing. And so that's what they claimed. I've watched the video numerous times. There's actually a really fantastic video. It'll make you angry, but there's a really fantastic video that somebody did, kind of both sidesing it, and Julian Assange does the one side, and then there's some douche canoe from the state government who tries to justify it.
You hear the lie side and you hear the real side. So they give a report on this before Julian Assange releases this. So is that what happened? And it's all lies. When you know, we
try
hear
to cover
all
it
this,
up.
we hear what they tell us. Oh, they're enemy combatants, and then he drops the video, and it's like, now what type of coverage did corporate media give to any of this?
So when it first came out, collateral murder was kind of a big deal. 2010 was kind of that was like the banner year for WikiLeaks. That's when that's when the Iraq and Afghanistan war logs came out. That's when collateral murder came out. That's when the Guantanamo files came out. All of that stuff came out within like a matter of, 12 to 18 months. So that was kind of a banner year for WikiLeaks. And there was a lot of coverage at the time. And in fact, Julian Assange was kind of hailed. It's funny, he did a TED talk in a room full of liberals and got a standing ovation. So it's it's kind of telling the kind of partisan aspect of it, because, they liked him until he exposed Hillary Clinton, and then suddenly he was the worst person on earth. So, there's a lot of partisan, hackery that goes on with that. But yeah, it did get some coverage at the time. Obviously not enough, because again, none of the people responsible for that war crime and the others that were exposed have ever seen any accountability whatsoever.
Wow. I mean, so you went over Guantanamo Bay, you talked about collateral. Jesus. So
I can keep going.
No, I'm just saying, like, that I'm just recalling collateral, because I'm the person, I can't watch killings anymore.
It's
I just
hard.
can't do that. Yeah, so I saw like the first person be shot, and then I shut the video off, so I didn't see any. But like,
yeah, it's definitely not for the weak-hearted. I mean, listen, I always tell people I think you should watch it at least once, because I feel like it's important to witness it for yourself, and again, to hear it for yourself, because again, the audio to me is much more troubling than just.
That's what I was gonna say. I've heard all of the audio,
yeah,
because you can find it where they don't have the
it
video
sounds like
part.
they're playing a video game,
right? And it's like, what the hell? But it's so eye-opening to hear how they don't value. You can hear the white supremacy through our military, how they don't value these lives at all. They don't value them at all.
And I'm glad that you just brought up the white supremacy aspect of it, because I can't tell you, Jay, how often I get, oh, he's just one white dude. That one white dude has done more to expose white supremacy than anybody else on earth.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, he has done so much to expose.
These wars are labeled they're labeled as we're fighting terrorism, when they're just using bombs to run up bills for Raytheon so they can run up their bill. And black and brown lives are expendable. Like, oh yeah, but we're making money on these, these items, and then they're telling us lies and about what's actually happening, making, these fairy tales, these heroic fairy tales that is literally just made up. Misty, just literally made up stories. But let's continue to the next was collateral. I'm sorry, collateral collateral murder. Was that, and it's called that because of a particular video? Meaning, was a documentary was done or something?
No, it's just the video.
The phrase, that's the phrase that has been given to that
Julian
particular
Assange
part.
Gave it. Yes, that's. I mean,
that particular.
Yes,
okay,
because
collateral
you'll
murder.
hear collateral damage used as a phrase in war, that, oh, it's just collateral damage, that, oh, they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, sucks to be them.
Collateral damage is no such thing when it comes to a human life. That's like an inanimate object. Oh, I blew up that building with nobody in it. That's collateral damage.
Right.
Like a person, a human life cannot, in my opinion, can't be collateral damage.
Well, that's why instead of calling it collateral damage, he called it collateral murder, because it is murder.
Yeah, that is absolutely right.
Yes.
let's move to the next thing, because I do want to touch upon these things that he exposed, because this is the part, because a lot of this is the part I think will make people more interested. If you tell them, look what he exposed, then they'll go, oh, you get what I'm saying? When you're just saying free speech, when a person who is just hovering over politics, they need to hear, like what you're saying, they need to see this video. Yeah. Like everybody should see it once. That's sort of like what I'm saying.
It's hard to watch.
So let's go to the next thing. What else did
another thing that he did? I mean, the Iraq and Afghanistan war logs period are. I mean, there's just there's so much. But one of the biggest things I would think is that he gave a voice and a name to 15,000 previously unreported civilian deaths in Iraq. No surprise, the United States government was seriously underreporting civilian casualties in all wars, but in particular in Iraq and Afghanistan. And Julian Assange managed to reveal 15,000 of those, and give those people, those victims of empire, a name.
How were they revealed? Like how was it revealed? What information was it revealed?
Just through the documentation, because the military there's still documentation there, but the military doesn't release it to the public, and so when Julian Assange gets a hold of it, then we get to see. That the Iraq body count, which is a website that keeps track of all of the civilian casualties in Iraq, worked hand in hand to make sure that those people were all identified properly, and given a name and a voice, because they were victims of empire that were previously forgotten about. And
has the United States updated their official numbers based on this information?
They were forced to. Wow. They didn't have a choice. I mean, once you have the cold, hard facts in front of you, it's difficult for them to then deny or discount. Because
what is their response? Let me see if I can search for I'm wondering, like, I'm curious to. Yeah, he stole it, but they say, hey, but what about this here where it says, like, what is, you know what I mean? Like, what have they had any sort of substantive response to what actually is in the video?
Not really. Again, like I said, there's that video where they both sides it. Julian Assange speaks about the one side, and then I can't remember the guy's name, but he's a total douche. And so they try to justify it. They try to excuse it. Oh, well, see, it looks like he had a rocket launcher, blah blah blah. It's totally justified. And it's funny, Jay. They use the same. Oh, well, they were scared for their lives.
Oh my Lord!
Seriously,
it's the same. It's the same. It's the same tactics.
Yeah.
The same tactics.
Yeah. So there's really been no substantive response from the U.S. government. Again, nobody's been held accountable for these war crimes. Again, just Chelsea Manning and Julian Assange. It's very frustrating. We always do this, that we always ostracize, demonize, and punish our truth tellers. And then the war criminals walk free. It was the case with Daniel Ellsberg. It was the case with John Kiriakou. It was the case with Daniel Hale. It's the case with Julian Assange. We do this over and over and over again. And I keep trying to figure out a way that, wouldn't it be cool if we stood with our truth tellers in real time? Because here's what's going to happen. In 20, 30, 40 years, Julian Assange will be seen as a hero. There's no question about it.
Right.
And he's going to die, though. He's dying. They're killing him. This is murder in slow motion. He's in really terrible health. He had a mini stroke in October. He's going to die. They're killing him. And it's really...
And maybe this is the point. I think you and I talked about this this could be the point to show the world, journalists over the world, if you come after the empire,
this is what we'll do to you.
You will have a slow death.
Yes.
Public slow death. A public slow death.
That's exactly what they're doing, Jay. They're using him as, it's not really about Julian Assange. Yes, he's the best that's ever done it. They want to shut him up. There's no question about it. They could have just straight up murdered him and been done, right? No problem. They do it all the time. But they want to use him as a warning shot. I liken him to the head on the stake. He's the warning. You know what I mean? This is what we will do to you if you come for us. And the intention is to create a chilling effect across not just journalism, but whistleblowing. It's been very effective. I think we've already seen the impacts of it. We've already seen, we look at the way that the media operates now. They don't tell the truth. And that's because of, partially because of what they're doing to Julian Assange. People don't want to speak out against empire because they know what they'll do to you. And so you're exactly right. They're using him as a warning. And it's really not about silencing him so much as it is about silencing all of us.
Right. Because if they really wanted him dead, like they didn't want him speaking anymore, they could have killed this guy a long time. They could have had this guy killed a long time, and it would have been, oh, he died of a heart attack. No, he didn't. No, he died of something else. So they could have done that. So I think the point is to torture him this way, this public way. But shout out to the Bank Sisters. They're saying Misty does such important work keeping this fight alive.
Hi, girls.
Absolutely.
I love them.
Yeah, Bank Sisters, friend of the show, friend in real life, friend of the network. They were on the General Strike Summit. They were on the Third Party Summit. They're true warriors. So
they're fantastic, and I got to meet them in DC in person. They came out.
Oh yeah, I saw that picture. I saw that picture. Afeni was out there? Here. Yeah, and we met up, but we forgot. We were so engrossed in the conversation, we forgot to even. To even take a picture. I would just had to hurry up and go pick up my kids, so that's why I kind of had to rush out, and we didn't even get a picture until
it was cool of them to come out. I really appreciated the support and the solidarity. That was really nice.
Absolutely. So let me bring back up this video. We're gonna finish up.
We're like 3 minutes, like 3 seconds in.
Yeah, because this is a lot, and the thing is, we haven't.
A lot.
This is a lot of stuff, and I like to make topics like this, episodes, very elementary. Where that's why I kind of ask these questions, so that people who don't know anything,
in the weeds,
right? People that don't know anything about this stuff, I want them to be invested, and I think the way of getting them invested is talking about some of the things they do. Now he's gonna kind of ramble a list of the things. That
probably
Julian
much better than I did.
That Julian is going through. I think he does get to what he exposes, but I can't remember what order. So we'll
Hedges
see.
is far more eloquent than I'll ever be.
So let me just rewind it just about 40 seconds here. Here we go.
Well, there's been a long, let me just throw out that because UC Global, the Spanish security firm in the embassy, filmed all of Julian's meetings with his attorneys, revoking or destroying the capacity for attorney-client privilege, the case shouldn't even be in court. This has been a kind of judicial farce. Julian did not commit a crime. In fact, the people who did commit the crimes, which he exposed, have never been charged. He ripped back the veil in a way that no other publisher has done in our lifetime on the inner workings of power, whether it was the Podesta emails or Vault 7, which exposed the ability of the CIA to hack everything, our smartphones, our televisions, even our cars, or the Iraqi war logs, which you mentioned, and the ruling elites are determined to destroy him. So Stella mentioned his precarious condition. Well, it's quite dire. We know. I was in London covering the court trials, or they're not trials, actually, the hearings about the extradition, and was observed pacing his cell frantically, banging his head against the wall, hitting himself in the face, hallucinating, calling the Samaritan hotline, because in his words, he thought about committing suicide hundreds of times a day. He suffered a stroke. He's on antidepressants. They haul him off to the medical wing in isolation. He's crumbling physically and psychologically, and I think that's the point. He can go back now.
So Chris also says what we say, and he says that he thinks that's the point. Like, this infliction of this type of psychological really warfare upon his person is what's happening here.
Yes.
And the power of the empire, let's think about this. This is not even the United States. And go ahead, Misty.
No, and I think that it's really important that we touch upon the fact that this has been multiple countries involved in this, from the United States to the UK to Ecuador to Sweden to Australia. There's a multi-state effort to kind of attack this one human being. And it's really important that people realize that this isn't me being dramatic. This isn't me like overly, being, too intense about it. The United the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Nils Melzer, took 2 physicians to Belmarsh prison in May of 2019 and examined Julian Assange and determined that he has been a victim of psychological torture for over a decade. Over a decade. Y'all, I don't know how any human being can withstand that and not crumble, as Chris is saying. And he is the things that Chris just mentioned are all happening. He is often seen pacing around his cell, punching himself in the face, banging his head against the wall, rocking back and forth. He's constantly calling what they call the Samaritan hotline. It's like the suicide hotline. He thinks about killing himself multiple times a day. A razor blade has been found in his cell. He is again, I can't say that I blame him. I mean, it's horrific. But if I were kept in those conditions for over a decade, held in isolation, in solitary confinement for 3 years now, I don't know how anybody withstands that. And you know, we are watching a murder in slow motion.
And it's all because of these he exposed the empire. Now I do have a question, because I know when they leaked when WikiLeaks put this information out, it was some at a time. Like, do you recall like what the state or what the empire, their reaction in between, like were they sweating like after the second release and they were like, oh, like what is he going to release next? Like what do you recall the mood during that time?
They were panicking. they were panicking. There's multiple interviews with different, people at high levels of government. You can see the panic. You can hear the panic in their voice. They weren't really sure what he had, or what he was going to release, when it was going to come out, which is kind of the beauty of WikiLeaks. And people will say, oh, well, he didn't release everything at once. Well, I wouldn't either. That's a ton of information to dump at one time. And so it's better to do
some
it
stuff can get buried. Yeah, some
Yes.
stuff can get buried because of the, like collateral murder may have taken the front line and a lot of other stuff might have been buried.
Yeah.
Do you remember what was released first?
Oh. So Collateral Murder was April 5th of 2010. I'm not sure which was first. I want to say it was the Iraq War logs, but I could be wrong on that. I'm not great at dates and stuff. But again,
no, fine. No, it's just I was just curious to know, like,
yeah.
If it was the so we do know it wasn't the Collateral Murder was not the first.
I don't think so. No, because that didn't come out until April 5th, 2010. I think it started with the Iraq War logs, if I remember correctly. Again, I'm really terrible at dates.
In the comments may let us know. If you know, let us know. What
I can
was
look
the
it
first
up.
item?
Hi, Felina. I love Felina. Sorry.
No worries. Collateral Murder. What's good, fam? Hey, what's up? Thank you for everybody that's joining now. We're just talking about Julian Assange. Let me read her comment. I don't know why they think doing this to Assange is going to deter other journalists from picking up the slack. Look at Project Veritas. It's just inspiring more whistleblowers, not less dust. Duh. Now tell me about, I know about, when I say stuff like tell me about, like as if I don't know, I do know, but I'm asking as if I don't for the audience. So talk about Project Veritas. For those who have heard Project Veritas from liberals, can you talk about it, or what is your take on it, or what do you think about Project Veritas?
Okay, so first of all, it was Collateral Murder. I was wrong. So it was Collateral Murder April 5th. Afghan War Diaries was the 25th of July, and then the Iraq War Logs was October 22nd. At least that's the dates that they started being released. And then also Cablegate came in November, Gitmo Files came April of the following year, and then so on and so forth. So apologies, I was wrong. It happens. Okay, so Project Veritas, I have kind of mixed feelings about Project Veritas. I feel like they've shot themselves in the foot a few times by, fabricating stuff or doctoring stuff or whatever, but they have released a lot of really interesting information, and I don't think that they should be discounted immediately, and they are doing some really good work. And obviously, what they're doing to Assange isn't going to scare everybody, but it has for sure scared a lot of people. It has for sure silenced a lot of people. It has prevented a lot of whistleblowers from coming forward who might have come forward before, or whatever. We have places like the Gray Zone doing great work, and other, publications. Dan Cohen does great work. There are some people out there doing, amazing stuff, but I don't think there's any question that it has had an impact. Project Veritas, I wish that they wouldn't do some of the things that they do or have done. You know what I mean? They really did they shot their own credibility a few too many times. And that's why I love WikiLeaks, because there's no questioning the credibility of WikiLeaks.
Do they still release items? Do they still release items or not?
They do.
Really?
They still take submissions, but honestly, all of their time, money, energy, and resources is spent trying to save Julian's life. So it's a little bit.
How did they find out who was releasing? Did he come forward?
Are you talking about the Iraq
when he released
Chelsea Manning stuff? So Chelsea,
right. How did they find out about Julian Assange?
Julian Assange, he released it. I mean, he was public about it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, but Chelsea Manning outed herself.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. How did they find out about Chelsea Manning? And for those that don't know, can you explain who Chelsea Manning is in this story?
Yes. So Chelsea Manning was an intelligence analyst in the Army, was then known as Bradley Manning. And I only mention that for historical context. I'm not a dead name here. Everybody calm down. But she found all of this information. And I need to make it very clear that she had security clearance for all of this stuff. She didn't need a password for any of it. She didn't need to hack anything to get any of this information. She had full access to all of it. So often people will try to say that Julian Assange, helped her hack into the system to get this information. That's not true. There was no hacking whatsoever. So she just found all of this information. It didn't sit with her. She felt like it needed to be exposed, and so she got in contact with WikiLeaks and Julian Assange, and Julian Assange helped her safely get the information out and released. But then she made the mistake of talking to somebody in a chat room. His name was Adrian Lamo, and he ratted her out, and that's how she got busted. And oftentimes people think that Julian Assange was the reason why she got busted. That's not the case at all. He had nothing to do with her.
So why is he facing 175 years and she didn't?
So she actually did face a really heavy prison sentence. She was, I think 30 some odd years or whatever, which is like a really intense sentence. But they're charging him under 17 counts under the Espionage Act, and then one charge of computer intrusion and abuse, computer fraud and abuse. I don't remember how it's worded, but it's basically a hacking charge. And so it's there's like about 10 years attached to each count. And then that adds up, obviously. When you have that many charges, it ends up being around 175 years. So it's just a matter of the number of charges. I don't think that he would get 175 years, obviously, but it would be essentially a life sentence regardless. They will put him away forever.
Wow, this is just
it's a lot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a lot. No, I'm just want to make sure I'm covering everything for a person who's just coming in, because we want more people to understand what's happening there, because we can always tie it and correlate it to what's happening to all of
everything.
us. Like, this is connected. So that's the connection I want. Yeah, this is connected. So let's listen a little more to Chris before we end their little clip here. So let's listen a little more to what Chris says.
Now, if as expected, the Home Secretary rules in favor of the extradition, he can go back to the lower court, which blocked his extradition based on his potential for being a suicide risk and the harsh conditions in American prisons. He can challenge the other points. This is a legal dance that I suppose could last up to a year. Meanwhile, he is, of course, deteriorating, but everything looks as if it is engineered to ship him off to Gordon Cromberg in the Eastern District Court of Virginia, who's the kind of grand inquisitor. He persecuted my friend Samuel Arian for years and sent Daniel Hale, who exposed the widespread killing of civilians by the drone program, into prison for 45 months. Those of us who have followed the case closely have just watched this burlesque of it's kind of, it's more like the Lou Bianco or a show trial than it is the best of British jurisprudence, which I think is one of the reasons they make it so difficult to cover. And I just want to throw in, Amy, that there were 6 guests, including Craig Murray, who's probably done the best coverage of the trial. And at the last minute, the prison denied us entry. I suppose because, along with a photographer, I suppose because it's part of making Julian disappear. There are no photos, no images of Julian other than that one in the police van. And after that, they put shutters on the windows. So photographers couldn't take pictures of him. And that, I think they didn't want us in there because, of course, we would write about it. I wrote about it anyway, because it renders him human and I think exposes the kind of suffering, inexcusable suffering that has been visited on him.
If you're doing something just, this wouldn't be happening. Like if you have a just position, you get what I'm saying, Misty? Like none of this is needed. Like this is not needed. Can you speak to that point? Go ahead.
Yes, and what Hedges is talking about right here is incredibly important because they're trying to disappear him from our memories. Mm-hmm. It's much easier for them to manufacture consent for the torture they are visiting upon this man if we can't see it. And there has been, as Hedges said, there was the video of him in the police van. They have since put up shutters on those so we can't see him. There's been 2 images released, leaked by great people of Julian Assange inside the court trial, and one of them was actually taken on the day that he had the mini stroke. And the image is very grainy, but it's very clear. You can see he's very thin, he's very pale. He looks horrendous. I mean, I'm sorry, Julian, but he looks horrendous.
It's a description of what he looks like because of what he's going through. So
yes, yeah. I mean, absolutely. Again, he's been subjected to over a decade of psychological and, if we're being honest, physical torture. Last winter he was kept in Belmarsh Prison, which is a very old building. It doesn't have adequate heating, and they wouldn't give him his winter clothes. He had to insulate his window with books. He isn't given proper medical care. I mean, it really does. It's not just psychological torture; it's also physical. And so they very much want to do this as openly, but behind closed doors as they can, right. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? They want to be able to do it in a way that everybody can see it, so that they can create that kind of chilling effect. But they also don't want to cause concern, or as Hedges said, they don't want to humanize him. They don't want you to see, like, for example, they wouldn't allow photos taken at his wedding. They don't want you to see the human side of Julian Assange. They've created this comic book villain out of him, and they've, completely besmirched his character. They've thrown every smear at, under the sun at him, and so it's they want to keep him dehumanized in public consciousness, so that it's much easier for so that way people don't care. People aren't paying attention. Who cares what happens to Julian Assange? They don't care.
And it's very typical of the empire, because they do this domestically through the police state. It's very typical of overcharging the person. Yes. You overcharge the person. It's to get the person to bow down, to get the person to plead, to get the person to say, okay. It's very, very, very typical. So I think we're going to end it on this particular topic, and we're going to move to the next topic. But
can I just bring up Vault 7 really quickly?
I was just going to say, but I do want to give you the opportunity, like, if there's anything that we haven't covered in this specific conversation that you would like to also to bring up about Julian Assange.
The reason I want to bring up Vault 7 is because I feel like that was the catalyst. Hedges mentioned it there when he was talking about the things that Julian had released. And I really feel like this particular release speaks to Julian's character, because Vault 7 was released in 2017. So Julian Assange is already years into illegal and arbitrary detention in the Ecuadorian embassy. He's fully well aware that he is public enemy #1 of the world's largest empire. He has made incredibly powerful enemies, and he releases Vault 7 any goddamn way, which is the largest CIA leak in history. He went right at these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, he knew he knew he was already, not in a good place. And he released Vault 7, which, I mean, just exposed so many things about how your smart TV, your smartphone, all of those things can spy on you. It also released, which I think is super interesting, that the United States government has the capability to hack into a computer system and do some stuff, but then leave footprints that make it look like it's somebody else. Like, I don't know, maybe Russia? I don't know. I'm just saying, allegedly, who knows? But yeah, so Vault 7 was kind of a tipping point, and I think that we've learned since then that Mike Pompeo, who was a CIA director at the time, was not happy about this, and this was really kind of the catalyst. I think that up until that point, they were kind of willing to let Julian Assange hang out in the Ecuadorian embassy. They weren't really trying to fuck with him too hard. But then when he released Vault 7, that was it. It was game over. They were going to go full force. He really.
Do you think he has a something under his sleeve? Like, okay, if you get me there and you convict me, I have something waiting that's gonna. Do you think he has something like that?
I have to think, I mean, he's a very smart guy, so I have to think maybe. But I also wonder, why wouldn't he have already released it? To save his own ass. But then again, that's not Assange. He wouldn't do it just to save his own ass. He was offered a deal by the Donald Trump administration, or a potential of a deal, where if he gave up his source for the DNC leaks and proved that it wasn't Russia, that they would potentially give him a pardon. He told him to fuck off. So this is not, there's very few people on earth that I think have the level of integrity that Assange does, at least related to his professional life. I don't know him as a person. He could be an asshole. You know what I mean? Like, everybody says, oh, he's such an asshole. I don't care. I think that that's why WikiLeaks has a 100% record of accuracy, because he is obsessive about that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it means everything to him to maintain that level of integrity and perfectionism in his work. So yeah, I mean, it's I have to think that he does, but I don't think that he would necessarily release something like that just to save his own ass. But I don't know. I don't
think he would save it as a, hey, let me get out, as a saying fuck you guys kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So.
Yeah, not to get out of it. No. I think at this point, I think he knows the empire is the empire. Like, look what I let loose, and you think they're not gonna do this to me? Like, I think he, at a long time ago, he probably has come to that conclusion. Like, they're not gonna just walk away here.
No, there's a very famous quote. There's a very famous quote from 2010, right before he released Cablegate, where he says, and I'm paraphrasing here, I'm going to butcher it, but they will chase me. They will chase me to the ends of the earth. They will stop at nothing. They will make my life hell. But I have to release this stuff anyway, because it's the right thing to do. So he knew that they were going to come for him. There was no question about it. But he released it anyway, because again, that's what he does. It really is. It comes from a sense of that kind of professional integrity, I think.
What I was going to ask is, so the thing is, how they got this information, because WikiLeaks not normally, but they've been known to hack. But that's not how this information.
WikiLeaks doesn't hack. WikiLeaks only takes submissions from. Julian Assange was a hacker in his youth.
That's where they get that. Okay, that's where I'm getting. Okay.
And in fact, we should mention he uses hacking skills to take down a child pedophilia ring. Thanks, Julian. So yes, he was a hacker in his youth. He's brilliant, actually, when it comes to computers and information technology. In fact, he created the Dropbox system that everybody uses, the secure Dropbox system. That's basically Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. Again, he revolutionized journalism. But yeah, they do not hack. WikiLeaks is not a hacking organization. They only accept submissions from whistleblowers, and usually generally. Julian Assange doesn't even know who his sources are usually. Obviously, that's not always the case. He knew who Chelsea Manning was. He also knows who the DNC leaks came from. But generally speaking, they have a system so that people, it's like a third. He doesn't even know who his sources are. They take great lengths to make sure that their sources remain safe and anonymous.
Wow. So I'm gonna pause this. It's one ad after another. Actually, I'm gonna let it play since it's no sound. Like, I can't believe this. They just got one ad after another, and they make you watch it. Sons of bitches. But anyway, yeah. So we'll leave it there.
And if anybody ever has questions, you can find me on Twitter. I'm there all the damn time. I'm happy to point you to different resources. I'm happy to answer questions if I have answers to questions. I seriously, and most of Assange supporters are that way. We want to educate people. I realize that this case is very complex. It can be a little bit overwhelming. But there's information out there. Seriously, there's been so much misinformation, lies, and smears told about Julian Assange that it is like a constant fight to try to correct that stuff. But I'm happy if anybody has any questions. I realize I just threw a whole shit ton of information at you guys. So yeah, I'm always open.
No, that's good. But what we want to do is just continue to touch upon on the topic so that we can educate our audience and keep them engaged in this fight, because this is a fight
which I appreciate. You guys have been on it for a long time, and I appreciate that. I never have to ask you guys to cover it, which I would if you didn't, but I will come to you.
Let me toss this back in, and now we're just gonna switch to the other topic that I wanted to cover today. And that's this question, or I wanted to make sure I squeeze in before you, because I didn't know how long you were able to stay. You can stay as long as you want, or if you have to
I can hang out for a little bit.
Okay, good. Because let me take this. This is what I was looking for to take off. So there's this question here, or this exchange, and then I'll have my question at the end. So let's listen to the exchange, and then I'll pose the question I have. So it's going to start 10 seconds into it, but I don't want to start right at the question. So listen, and then the question is like 10 seconds into it. Oh, I'm just doing all kind of stuff here. Anyway, let's go back. Go back to 7. All right. I don't think a commercial is going to pop up again. All right, so right here.
That'll be an incredible indictment on the state of the movement, and frankly might lend a lot of folks who might think Bernie's time has passed to be willing to give him a second look.
Yeah, I already think the movement has. I don't think that there is.
I think it'll be better if I give you a little more context what Bree is saying here. So let's go back a little more, and then I have my question after the full clip.
Seems genuine and can capture some of that Bernie magic
energy,
who participates in that open field. If there is an open field and there is no progressive who is able to pick up the Bernie mantle, that'll be an incredible indictment on the state of the movement, and frankly might lend a lot of folks who might think Bernie's time has passed to be willing to give him a second look.
Yeah, I already think the movement has. I don't think that there is. I think if there is somebody that comes through with that Bernie-like magic in the future, it won't be coming from the progressive base. It'll come from somewhere else, and possibly it would come from the right this next time. And that energy and that magic was about the middle class, focusing on the middle class, building the middle class. It's dwindling, and it's getting worse and worse and worse as we've seen inflation rise, the wealth trickling up to the richest, and the middle class dwindling more into poverty. So somebody that can capture that magic is going to be that person that can actually speak to that middle class. And I just don't think that's the progressive base anymore.
Damning indictment. Yeah, again, for 2024, it's going to be, the president is going to be Biden or Trump or DeSantis, I think.
And what happens to everybody who did have an appetite for progressive politics? Like, I don't know that I agree with you, Kim, that the energy is going to come from the right, because I think there is just as much, frankly, more bad faith and corruption coming out of the generator of up and coming right wing talent. I can't imagine, frankly, who it would be. But the reality is the people haven't changed. The people who wanted more out of their politicians and saw Bernie as someone who was unbossed and unbothered, someone who is actually literally free from corporate corruption because he wasn't taking those big dollar monies and everyone else. Remember, Joe Biden took more money from billionaires than anyone else in the race, something that got erased from the terrain in the conversation about why he isn't able to pass anything at this point in time. Those people are still there. And in fact, they're in worse straits more economically stressed, living with inflation and a bigger gap between their incomes and inflation that they were back in 2016. And every stat that Bernie used to recite from the podium about 68,000 people dying a year from a lack of health insurance and on and on and on has only been exacerbated over the course of this crisis. And those people are hungering for somewhere to go. And I hope somebody steps up to meet the moment.
But the perception, to Kim's point, is that the left is just going to serve them up more anti-racism training to deal with those
It's just all about racism and white supremacy at this
the
point.
idea that Bernie Sanders from the podium
not Bernie
Sanders.
Absolutely not Bernie Sanders, but whoever is going to replace Bernie Sanders as the standard bearer.
So if you haven't seen that clip, and let's welcome Nick. Nick has joined us. What's up, Nick?
How you doing, my friends? I had to jump on a little bit early. I had to say what's up to my friend Misty.
Hello.
If you guys don't know, I'm gonna be joining Misty's show on Friday. We're gonna nail down time here soon.
Yeah,
we're gonna have our rant session. We're gonna have our rant session today.
Yeah.
We also have.
I've already been ranting.
And we have Chuck. We happen to have Chuck joining us at the same time that Nick is joining us. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, great to be here, everybody. Wonderful discussion on Julian Assange. Really appreciate that, as all journalists should appreciate.
Yes, it's
So
good to
since you said
actually
that-
meet you, talk to you, whatever.
Oh, absolutely. I didn't realize this is the first time you met.
So
this is the first time we've met.
Oh, this is the
We
first time
connect
you're
on
talking to
Twitter,
Nick
but-
also. Okay. I didn't know that because I've talked to Chuck a couple. I've been on screen with Chuck a couple times, so I didn't know that.
Chuck's been on our show. We just never had a chance to be on.
Oh, okay. So
it's good to have a
okay,
conversation.
awesome. So I'm glad you heard the conversation we had about Julian Assange. I know we moved on topics. We just moved on, but you're a journalist, and we have to get what your thoughts on the whole situation, any and all that you want to kind of say about the Julian Assange whole saga. But Chuck, what are your thoughts on the whole Julian Assange saga?
I mean, as somebody who covers police violence regularly in the streets, who covers state violence, that I'm threatened by it personally. And everybody who covers state violence should be threatened by it. But not just anyone who covers state violence, any journalist at all should be threatened by what's happening to Julian Assange. Because, I mean, what he did, and we could focus on the collateral murder video, and Misty came with the facts. She came with the facts. I don't have as many facts as Misty does, but I know that if you expose a war crime, then people should go to jail for that war crime. But here's what happened. Nobody actually went to jail. And I want to add, in that collateral murder video, 2 Reuters journalists were murdered as well. We don't talk about those journalists who were murdered, right? We don't have that conversation. But 2 Reuters journalists were murdered. And so you have something where no one went to jail, not the person who shot them, not any commander. The only one being persecuted is the person who exposed that crime. And that is to send a message to anyone who dares to expose state violence. The next person who's thinking about exposing war crimes is going to think again. And that's what the message is about. And I'm very troubled. Not that I expect a lot from corporate media, but I'm very troubled how few people in corporate media have stood up to talk about it.
That's what's troubling to me, also, because if you claim to be a journalist, because a lot of people who talk about journalism, they talk about it being more than a job. It's like a calling to you. And you're telling me you were called to this, and you see, like, this is like the most egregious that I can think of. And there's silence. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's
like,
one of the scary things.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I wanted to speak on this issue. Me and Misty talk about this quite a few times because me and Misty became friends on Twitter because I saw Misty talk about Julian Assange. She saw me talk about Julian Assange. Like, all right, we're friends now, I guess. That's simply how it happened. Obviously, a little bit more complicated now, but that's the gist of it, right? Because, like, I remember Jim Acosta was, like, caught guilty of this.
Oh.
He was talking about how much the freedom of the press is threatened under Donald Trump. And then he was asked about Julian Assange. And then he repeated the state line. Everyone in the corporate media repeats the state line about Julian Assange. What is that about? How does that not scare people? How are they so well organized And like Chomsky said, like dictators would be are jealous of how loyal the U.S. media is to the empire.
Yes.
And I talk about Julian Assange all the time because Julian Assange is one of the most damning evidence against this quote unquote liberal democracy that we live under. And I try to warn people that we don't have these rights that you guys think we have. That Bill of Rights that we think we have, throw it in the trash. It doesn't exist. We have temporary allowances. You understand that? Sometimes they'll allow you to report on stuff, but if you go too far, like Julian Assange, they will go after you. They will go after you. If you think you have a Second Amendment right, ask Mayor Locke about that.
Yeah.
Ask all the police.
Philando Castile.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you think you have a Fourth Amendment right, ask Briahna Taylor about that. If you think you have a Fifth Amendment right, I can go over and over. We don't have these Bill of Rights. They have been scrolled back. They probably never existed, but they've definitely been scrolled back in my lifetime. And they did a good job with the propaganda, which is why I say America the most propagandized country, because people literally go around thinking we still have these rights. How do you think they come with that?
Yeah. Can I actually bring up something about the media too? Because it's not just the fact that they're not talking about, and I'm sorry, I realize I just talked about Julian Assange a whole shit ton, and here I go again. But this is what I do.
This is what me and Misty do.
The idea that the mainstream media isn't talking about Julian Assange, forget the fact that this is the greatest attack on the future of their profession that we've maybe ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably pretty clear. But let's also remember, this is a story. This is a massive story. Again, see, like we just talked about the CJ. The UC Global case. They were spying on him. There were plots to murder him. There's the Yahoo article that just came out a few months ago where there was high level at the Trump administration plots to kidnap or assassinate him in the streets of London. There's all kinds of like really fascinating stuff. This is a juicy ass story, and they're not covering it. That should give you pause. Why are they not talking about this? This is a historical court case on press freedom. The first time a journalist is ever charged under the Espionage Act, and he's a foreign journalist. He's not even an American citizen. So the United States is charging an Australian journalist under our Espionage Act, and we were plotting to murder him and kidnap him, and we were spying on him in the Ecuadorian embassy, and you know what I mean? Like we could just, and the lead witness in the case turns out to be a convicted pedophile who has admitted to fabricating his testimony against Julian Assange, and you're not talking about this? You're a journalist, and you're not. This is a huge story. Like it's that alone should forget the aspect that they're not talking about a monumental threat to the future of their profession, which I'm being generous there when I say their profession, because these are not journalists. Let's be clear, these are paid propagandists. But
maybe that's the reason why they're paid. They don't have journalists there. Maybe they're the ones. That's exactly the ones on cable.
They know they're not
the real ones.
They know they're not under threat because they serve empire. Yes. I want to share this list because I actually typed this list up a while ago because this is the amount of human rights groups and activists that have come out in support of Julian Assange.
All of them.
And when I share this stuff, I'm probably missing some stuff. I typed this like a year ago. And I'm a provocative asshole, right? So whenever I talk about this issue, I'm asking the progressives, why do you guys think Bernie Sanders and AOC is too good not to talk about this? You have all these human rights.
Don't get me started.
See, I told you I'm an asshole because I'm here to shift over to window. There's a lot of people that think they're our friends. This is one of those issues that exposes them too. Because why don't you bring this up? This should be something that not even just a progressive issue, a human issue that people will bring up. Like if you care about liberty, that had nothing to do with left or right to me, right? So
think about human rights. The amount of human rights abuses in this case against Julian Assange are astronomical. It's unbelievable what he's gone through. And I'll just point out this: May 3rd is World Press Freedom Day. Just wait for all the hypocrisy. It's coming. It's coming. I bet Bernie Sanders tweets about how press freedom is the foundation of democracy, and Kamala Harris is going to talk about how we support press freedom, we support journalists, all of it. No, you don't. Shut the fuck up.
I think the lack of response. The lack of something of this magnitude is an indication of the fear of the empire. They know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like you're all collectively choosing not to, like, that's weird because sometimes journalists want to be the first one with the story. They want to be the first, but nobody with this one. It's like, we don't want to talk about anything with this story, which tells me, which is an indication of either you're on their payroll or you are deathly afraid because you know what's actually is happening here. You know
Yes.
exactly what's going on, and you're deathly afraid. So you're just like, I'm just reading the lines, and I just want to go home to my family. That's it.
Mhm.
Well, you mentioned you're on the payroll. Every once in a while, you see a corporate journalist say something on Twitter. I think Ari Melber did say something on Twitter in support of Julian Assange. But I think what's interesting is that he's not allowed to make that point on MSNBC
his show
in front of his audience. So I know about Ari Melber, the individual. The point is Comcast, who owns MSNBC,
Right.
won't let him cover that. And that's
Exactly.
the corporatization of media. That's the problem.
I'm glad you said the word Comcast, only because Comcast, I'm going to bring this up. This is a tangent. Anytime you come on with me and Nick, we do tangents. So
let's
Comcast,
flow.
a lot of people don't understand what happened with Joe Biden here. Comcast owns MSNBC, right?
Yes.
Who got the interview with Joe Biden about Tara Reid? Who had the first fundraiser? The Comcast CEO or one of the Comcast representatives had Joe Biden's first kickoff fundraiser was with the Comcast representative. This is all connected. So do you think Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski didn't know all of this? You think they didn't know all of this before they brought him on to ask him some BS about terror? Do you think that
Mika actually came out and said the quiet part out loud not too long ago. When she was saying how
It's our job to control what people think.
Yeah, I knew Misty would know. I knew.
She just said it out loud on national TV. She's like, "Oh
She
my
said
gosh,
this? I gotta see this video.
I got it in my bookmarks somewhere. I'm scrolling.
People have been sharing it recently in regards to Elon Musk. It had nothing to do with Elon Musk. It was a while ago. But yeah, she just basically said, and they've said stuff like this before. There was the guy on, I think it was on CNN, where he was talking about how independent media is getting too big for its britches, and we gotta bring people back into the mainstream. You know what I mean? Like they're seriously threatened by that. They really do. This is why I talk about narrative control all the time, you guys.
Right.
This is why it impacts literally everything.
It's silly to them. These types of things were like, wait, regular people are telling people the news? Like, what? It's silly. It's so bizarre and silly to them because this is not how the empire was supposed to be set up to work in their eyes. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a reaction. But yes, let's see it. Let's play the video.
Yeah, let me mute my mic and then let's play real quick.
Trump voters and are still Trump supporters. They go, yeah, you guys are going crazy. He's doing, what are you so surprised about? He's doing exactly what he said he's going to do.
Well, and I think that the dangerous, edges here are that he's trying to undermine the media, trying to make up his own facts. And it could be that while unemployment and the economy worsens, he could have undermined the messaging so much that he can actually control exactly what people think, and that is our job.
Yeah, if you look at the issues.
Wait, does anybody laugh on that? I'm just trying to see.
No, it's like
what was the reaction to anybody say anything?
No, it just went like
he's doing exactly what he said.
They just continue.
You go back like 15 seconds right before she. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. When you bring it up later, but that was so bizarre to me that that is our job. She said all that bad stuff as if they do it, that's bad.
He wants to control what people think. That's our job.
Wow. Your thoughts, Chuck. It's not look like you're getting ready to say a lot
Quiet part loud.
about that. But being a journalist, when you hear that, what do you think of that? And what is your reaction to that?
My reaction to MSNBC is always pretty much 90% of the time it's a negative reaction. If they do something right on Friday after getting it wrong Monday through Thursday, I'll actually retweet it. And some people get mad at me for that because I'm going to focus on the message more than the messenger. But listen, when we go back to that time, when we go back to the time when, Bernie got a lot of horrible press. And what I don't think has talked about often enough is that one of the things Bernie threatened to do was break up big media. Break up the 1996 Telecommunications Act, which consolidated all corporate media into about 5 or 6 companies at that time, and remove caps on all local media, which messed up music, which messed up news, messed up sports. And he wanted to break that up. So literally, when Comcast and CNN and these corporate media entities were giving them horrible coverage, you would expect it. They're protecting their multi-billion-dollar investment. They don't want that. And that doesn't get talked about enough. I'm not saying Bernie would have gotten away with it and been able to do that, but they wanted him out mostly for that threat. They had a vested interest.
There was actually a story. I reported it came out quite a while ago, where, funny enough, Jim Acosta and some other journalist, I don't remember his name, they said the quiet part out loud again. Like, they actually do it a lot. Like, you guys don't, if you actually pay attention, they was talking about how the difference between the media coverage under Biden and under Trump. And Jim Acosta said in this interview, and I covered it. God, it was a long time ago. He was like, yeah, one of the reasons why the media was going after Trump more than they go after Biden, because it was kind of personal, because Donald Trump was calling out the media. So we felt like we had to go get him in order to restore the honor of the press. I'm like, bro, you just submitted? That's literally what we, as leftists, that's exactly what we've been saying. We were saying that you guys cover the crimes of Trump, like you guys don't cover the crimes of Biden, because Trump's hurt your little feelings, right? And also part of the red-blue propaganda game that they're trying to shield as well. It's also part of that too. You guys don't want to misunderstand, but that they say the quiet part off loud openly all the time. And Jim Acosta like one of the worst among it.
So let me get this straight. So people who, a person who is responsible for the release of collateral murder, for the release of Guantanamo Bay, for the release of all of this information that the people should have, that guy is facing 100 and some odd years, but media personalities who understand that what they're doing is trying to propagandize their audience to what their corporate masters want them to. Like, I don't understand. Like, that's the journalism America wants, but we don't want the other journalism. It's such a two-sided, like,
the people
this
that
is
lied
so
us into
bizarre.
Iraq, the mainstream media people who lied us into Iraq, who sold us the BS weapons of mass destruction. And that's just one example. I mean, we could talk about the Syrian gas attack, we could talk about incubator babies, we could talk about, there's numerous examples. Mainstream media, in my opinion, mainstream media is one of the largest threats to humanity ever. They lie constantly, and they gaslight people. They manipulate and control the way that public discourse is conducted. And none of those people will ever see any repercussions. Rachel Maddow hyperventilated about Vladimir Putin and Russiagate for 6 years. It was all proven to be bullshit, and she will never face any repercussions for lying to her audience for 6 years. Nothing. Nothing. There will be none.
They actually get promoted. They get promoted when they lie.
And book deals, and you know what I mean? Like, they're rewarded.
Yeah.
And Julian Assange.
Any of you can take this question. Do you think, because we all just think, technology is a linear sort of progress. Do you think the focus on phones and TVs and the technology is intentional to keep you invested in those, so they can keep the connection to propagandize you with, or the vehicle to do you think there's a connection there, or they're just technology is moving like this, and the empire is saying, let's use technology to do those things? Like, or do you think it's kind of together? I'll go to you, Nick, first. It looked like you had something to say.
Yeah, and then we can open it to. I want to share something to you guys to make a point on how we have the worst version of state TV. So this is an older story, but it's still very relevant today. So let me close this part.
The Intercept.
You had
fuck the Intercept. If you're a whistleblower or a potential whistleblower, please stay far away from the Intercept. That's my PSA for the day. Thank you.
Yeah, they are
So
not.
again,
They're not
so
friends with
so
whistleblowers.
the message. Let's stick with the message. The messenger
Yeah,
may
sorry,
not be
I just googled
I
it.
get it.
Yes.
I just have to. It's my job if the
Yeah,
intercept comes up to warn
they
people.
they are horrific with.
They are
They got
horrific.
horrific record with whistleblowers.
Yes.
I just googled this, and this is the first one I found. I want to show you guys the receipt because you guys know me. I don't like. You guys don't have to take my word for it, right? So there's this, and plus I want to make sure I get the facts correct, right? So this is the journalist Ken Delanian.
Yes.
Delanian, and he worked at the LA Times, and he was literally a CIA spook. Worked for the CIA, got fed information from the CIA.
He still has a job.
And yeah, I was just about to bring that up, Misty. So people are like, why are you bringing this up right now? You want to know who he works for right now? NBC news correspondent. The NBC saw it. They're like, you work for the CIA. That's a plus for us.
Wait. Go back to that. Go back to that first tab you had up. Wait. So you're talking about the writer of that, not the article. You're saying the writer of that. He is a CIA.
The LA Times had a journalist, a reporter, whatever he did for them.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
He was an informant. He literally got stories from the CIA, and he was a media plant in order to print their stories. Right. And then here's another story because LA Times, they fired him when that controversy broke. And look at this headline. LA Times disowned reporter outed as CIA collaborator. So we talk about the CIA all the time on the show. This is something that the boutique love. They want to pretend the CIA doesn't exist and they're not doing stuff. We got CIA that completely infiltrated our media. Right. And the LA Times, I don't give them too much credit, but when this story broke, they're like, all right, we gotta get rid of this guy and make it look bad. You notice how NBC, they don't give a fuck.
No.
Like, yeah, we all about the CIA here. We all
It's
about
like 90% of their panelists are former NatSec people. Oh, but CJ, you asked about the internet and if it's being used against us. And there's a Julian Assange quote for that. He said, the internet, our greatest tool of emancipation, has been transformed into the most dangerous facilitator of totalitarianism we have ever seen. The internet is a threat to human civilization. I can't say it any better than that.
Can you expound on that, on your thoughts on that, and then I'll go to Chuck and get your thoughts on that.
Well, it just essentially means that the internet, which could have been a real democratizing tool, it could, you know what I mean? And it was initially, it was very freeing, and it gave us the opportunity to have the world at our fingertips and to have conversations and educate ourselves and all of those things. And it has very quickly been co-opted and turned against us, where we're now siloed into echo chambers. Algorithms feed us information. We're all kind of force-fed a narrative. It's very difficult to educate yourself. You have to really know where to look and how to dig. And so it really has been, as he said, it's been turned into the most dangerous facilitator of totalitarianism that we've ever seen. There's no question about it. It has been turned against us and used against us in a myriad ways.
And Chuck, I'll give you also the same question. What are your thoughts on that?
Sure. I mean, I agree with that. The empire is always going to reinvent itself in any new platform. White supremacy is always going to reinvent itself in any new platform. And I think that's what's happening now. There is a certain democratic aspect to it. The fact is, if I'm covering a protest, if someone's covering a protest on the street, those voices will never make it to TV. But the problem is that TV has been so corporatized from the past that probably balances that out. But I want to make a point to Misty's point earlier about the Iraq War. We don't want to skip over that. The New York Times led us into the Iraq War. And it wasn't just Judith Miller either. And what's important to know about the New York Times is that at the time, Chris Hedges, who you had on the show earlier about an hour ago, was working at the New York Times, and he opposed the Iraq War. And that led to him leaving the New York Times, and he won a Pulitzer Prize. And so he goes to foreign media so that he can have an anti-war perspective. So what happens last month? Well, now RT, where he's printing, now foreign media is banned. So you can't even go to another country to talk about anti-war. They'll ban you there. So for those critics who talk about, foreign media, and when in fact we have United States corporate affiliated state media, and they don't put that tag under people's Twitter, by the way, we have to talk about, if you're going to critique any foreign media, then you better damn be allowing space for those anti-war voices on your platform. And if you're not allowing space, like you are right here, then shut up.
I mean, I've never seen, and I'm gonna just to piggyback off the point that you're making, or one of the points that you were making. I've never seen such a blatant, public, forcible narrative of war like this. Like, no, like you're not saying anything else. I mean, this channel, Nick had 2 streams 2 days in a row taken down because he's talking about the war, counter to the narrative that they want to put out. And Margaret Kimberly came on here too and said, I've never seen this before in my life, this sort of march towards war. Go ahead, Nick.
The only thing I was about to add is that stream is now on Rumble. Let me.
You uploaded to Rumble.
I'm gonna use that time. I'm gonna use that time to shout this out because I told you guys to join Rumble. Again.
Oh my God, you right winger!
Wait, is that what Rumble is? Rumble is like a right. Is like a.
That's what everybody's trying to say, and then they try.
They have a lot of right wingers on there because everyone's flocking to this new free speech platform.
They don't censor, so I don't give a fuck.
They also got Jimmy. They got Russell Brand. They also got plenty of left wingers, and the people from Rumble are not right wingers. They just so happen to have a platform that has a ton of right wingers on there. So they're looking for more left wing content. That's what I was told when and setting this up and everything. So this is my quick shout out. This is the stream that me and Zoe did. I'm uploading the other one because I told you we had 2 streams that were pulled. This is when we talk about the Butcher massacre and and I'm upload the other stream the other day. So we're on Rumble now. I'm gonna drop the link. Let me drop the link in the comments. But anyway, sorry, I'll pass it back to you, CJ. I just want to
so that's good to shout out. We're on Rumble, we're on Odyssey. I don't know if we have where you can see it yet, but we're gonna be on Odyssey. So there's literally like 11. I forget where I wrote the list. There's like 11 places now we will be on. Let me see if I have it here.
It's like playing platform whack-a-mole.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. I have it right here. So
we have to keep chasing.
So we're on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Rumble, Rockfin, Gitter, Instagram, Twitch, Call-In, Facebook. Telegram is the one we still have to get on. Discord, we're restarting our Discord. It's already built. We just haven't given it out yet. And then, of course, Patreon. We have Substack. I gotta add Substack. So Substack is on here too.
Diversify your platforms. Very smart.
You have to do that. Anybody watching who's interested in doing this type of work, you have to diversify. We all see what's happening here. We all see that they're trying to clamp down on counter narratives, and I feel like it's our duty to be back here talking on the mic when these types of things is happening. Like no one else. If we sit back and don't talk, who's coming out to say, hey, we can't just swallow everything that they're feeding us here, especially when all they're using us for is, to make money. I will give a final go around if any more last takes on Julian Assange before we move to one of our other topics here.
One thing Misty, I say on the internet to address that question, I'll bring this up multiple times. The internet started out as a great boon to social movement because it gave us a way to exchange ideas and connect. And the establishment was not going to allow that to happen. And now you're seeing rampant censorship on YouTube and Twitter, where YouTube is not even hiding anymore. They send us an email, and they send everyone an email. They're like, if you don't simply repeat the government line on foreign policy, we're pulling your shit. Like, how is that? How do people look at that and they're like, oh, we live in a great liberal democracy? There is,
and I'll let the two of you make your comments. But there is people who believe that. Misty,
I know.
Any final words on? I know your second final words on Julian Assange before we move to the next.
It's like
thing.
I'm like a hobbit. It's like my second breakfast. Okay, so I'm actually going to excuse myself after this because I need to go give my voice a break. And then I have another thing at 9:30. Okay, so I'm very busy today. Yeah, it's a lot. Okay, anyways, so I just want I mean, I pretty much said, not everything I could say, but I don't want to go on too long. But I just want to thank you guys for always covering Julian Assange, for not making me, harass you to do it. Because it's really unfortunate that even in independent media, it's like pulling teeth to get them to mention Julian Assange or to cover Julian Assange. It's starting to get a little bit better. I'm starting to see more people more willing to talk about it. But we need, this is crunch time. Dude is dying. He's dying. I cannot impress that upon you guys enough. And you know, I do always get the, oh, he's just one white dude, so what does it matter? And you know, that's fine if you don't like Julian Assange or whatever, but it's bigger than him. It's not just about him. And so April 20th, which is this Wednesday, there's another really important court date that's going back to the Westminster Magistrates Court. They're going to essentially sign off on the extradition. They will then forward it to UK Home Secretary Priti Patel, who will almost certainly rubber stamp it, but the defense team has until May 18th to submit documentation to kind of appeal to her common sense and get her to deny the extradition. She will almost certainly not, but it is worth the attempt at public pressure. So if you guys can tweet at her, if you can email her, if you can make phone calls, if you can send postcards, you can print postcards really easy. I had those at the recent protests that we did, and everybody filled out postcards, and I just mailed them. We need a massive, I'm going to say this again, we are not going to get, there's not going to be any legal recourse here. It's going to take mass public pressure. We have to make it politically untenable for them to continue this case. That's the only thing that saves his life. That's the only thing that potentially saves the future of press freedom, and then we live to fight another day. Because don't get it twisted. Even if Julian Assange was released right now, this fight does not end. Powerful people do not like their secrets exposed, and so this fight will continue forever and ever and ever. So put on your running shoes, get ready to fight, like get in the trenches. It's fun. It's hard, but it's fun. Like and Team Assange welcomes everybody. I don't care who you voted for. I don't care what party you belong to. I don't care what ism you subscribe to. Don't give a shit. If you are interested in fighting to free Julian Assange and fighting for the future of press freedom, then welcome aboard. You're on my team for that issue. So we really just need all the help that we can get. So whatever way you can get involved, please do, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is. If you can hang flyers in your local community, if you can create your own protest, all it takes is a poster board, a Sharpie, and a sidewalk. There you go. So there's lots of things that you can do. I'm always willing to help. I'm always willing to answer questions. We just need as much help as we can possibly get. So thanks again to you guys for always covering it. You guys know I appreciate that more than you know. Yeah, that's all I got, I think. Thanks, guys. And I'm going to go.
All right. Thanks,
All right.
Misty. Always good to see Misty. Chuck will be back. Something happened to his feed, so he'll be right back. But I'm gonna go to the next story, and hopefully he's able to watch this story here. I'm just gonna start with the video. I don't need to do any sort of, if you can put him back in, Nick. I don't need to do any sort of like opening spiel for this. This video here will say, will say it all. If this is a trigger warning, there's no physical graphic, but if you don't want to hear parents talk about their child who just been murdered by the police, because I'm gonna take the headset off for a few minutes, because I watched this and I can't watch it without breaking down. So, but it needs to be played. So I'm gonna play it. And this is the next story we're gonna be talking about. Patrick Lyoya. I want to make sure I say that right. Lyoya. Okay.
Video hii. By the time when I saw this video, roho yangu kabisa imevunjika. My heart was really deeply broken. Hapa naona kabisa ni maisha yangu, sina maisha. Right now I'm seeing that I have no life. My life has come to their hand. Maisha yangu ilikuwa tayari ni Patrick, mtoto wangu. My life was Patrick, my son. Nilikuwa nawazia Patrick ndo sasa amenigomboa. I was thinking that Patrick will take my place. Lakini kuona kabisa ameuawa unyama na ule askari polisi. And to see that my son has been killed like an animal by this police officer. Kwa kweli kwa kuona hii video wametangaza. And to see this video they show. Hapa naona sina maisha, nimesikia roho yangu kabisa imevunjika. I see that I have no life. I see my heart being broken. Naomba sheria. I'm asking for justice. Naomba sheria. I'm asking for justice. Naomba sheria. I'm asking for justice. Naomba sheria kwa Patrick. I'm asking for justice for Patrick. I don't know what to do. I cannot stop myself but for crying. All the mother here who are mother, you know the pain that we go through to give birth to a child. And as a parent,
I was thinking maybe it was my son who's going to bury me. He will assist with my funeral. But what is so astonishing, I am the one burying my son. When we ran away from war from Congo because we were in an area that was not safe, there was a war. And I thought that I came to a safe land, a heaven, a safe place. And I start thinking now, I'm surprised and astonished to see that my son is here, that my son has been killed with bullets. I hear that I see my heart being broken really. Say that was my beloved son, and you know how you love your firstborn son. And I cannot have another one who's going to replace Patrick. And for that, I need justice for my son.
So I'll pause it. I'll stop the video there. Another police shooting, and these obviously these are African immigrants. The parents don't even speak English. It is like Nick and I, we always say these stories are very hard because we keep having to revisit this stuff. So I'm gonna go to Chuck. Like, what is your reaction to the story? What is your reaction to this? Yet another, police murder like this.
I think my reaction is almost always a form of abolish the police. That this is a entity that can't be reformed. It's real sad. We keep doing the same thing over and over and over. And, we have to look at police culture. It's not just that one man executed him, though it is that, as horrific as that is. It's that you have entire departments that co-sign it. You have entire departments that say this is okay. You have entire departments that will protect it. Let's go back to George Floyd for a second. What happened in George Floyd before the uprising? You had the other officers protect Derek Chauvin, keep people away. What happened with the DA, Mike Freeman? He didn't want to charge Derek Chauvin. They were trying to protect Derek Chauvin. They said George Floyd died of medical injuries. That was the first form that came out before Darnella Fraser's world-changing video came out. It took a mass uprising that included the people took out the Minneapolis Police Department for some action to happen. How can you reform an entity that co-signs such brutality, that co-signs such viciousness? It's impossible. And anyone who says it is possible is kidding themselves. So, I don't know. We just keep going through this, but you cannot be a humane person and say this is okay and that we could keep funding this. You're delusional to say that.
So
thank you. Go ahead, Nick.
So I kind of fucked up because I went on Twitter while listening to this because, like I said, there's so many of these shooters I usually don't follow him that much. And then when you Google when you look up his name, at least in my algorithm, because I have a lot of leftists, everyone's algorithm a little bit different. If you look up this dude's name, you literally see the video. And I watched that. I shouldn't have done that, right? This was an execution, man. Jesus, fuck. Like, Jesus. I'm literally just watching like maybe 30 seconds ago while you guys were talking. Like, this was a brutal execution. And you guys see why we cover these police issues on every fucking stream. And the reason why you see a lot of people continue to not cover this issue, they continue to be weak by this because they benefit from the white supremacist police state. Like Chuck said, there's no way to reform this because we went in the streets and we marched and we had Joe Biden invite boys to the White House, and then they gave the police more money, and then they started doubling down and killing, and now they kill more people this year than they did in 2020. They killing 3 people per day. And you guys think they can reform this? That's after all the reforms you got passed. George Floyd was killed after Minneapolis passed massive reforms 5 years before that. So the people who say we can reform this system, they simply don't want to.
So this can play in the background. There's no sound to this. This is the reaction. One of the many marches in reaction to this another killing. And I always think this is that the people that keeps defending this and like literally how many, this is like what, number 7 in like 12 months that have been national. It's been more than that, but I'm talking about national. Like are we still doing the bad apples? Are we like, how are we still doing the bad apples? Like we had 7-10 bad apples. Like I don't understand still the pushback against a transformative change. I don't understand that. Can you speak to that, Chuck? What is the argument against it? Do you think it's genuine, or do you think people just really want to prop up a system that they know is inherently racist and violent?
I mean, both, depending who they are. If they're on the right wing, they want to, prop it up. But let's talk maybe more about maybe the liberal thinking that says they're bad apples. How the whole tree is rotten. Again, I said, if you're protecting this, and we know when a police officer blows the whistle, that police officer could have their life threatened, endangered. They may have to quit their job. When that happens, they get rid of them. Now, what I would say to maybe a liberal person who's working, like, I'm an educator. I come out of education. And if I were working and I had colleagues, and I knew that my colleagues were molesting children and were molesting students, and I didn't say anything about it, but it was an open secret, and the principal knew about it too, and everybody in the department knew about it too, and looked the other way. No one would say, Chuck, but you're a really good teacher, though. You're a really good teacher. Nobody would say that. Just common sense. Nobody would say that. So we have been brainwashed since birth. There's something about police who should have the highest standard of employment. That there's something different. They have the lowest bar of employment. We wouldn't say that about pilots. Oh, well, they just killed a few people. It's okay. Let's have more pilots crash planes. I think Chris Rock made that quip. We wouldn't say that. But so why are we saying it about police? And we have to unpack that, because there's some actually good people who believe they're good who are supporting this horror.
Absolutely. And again, I have personal stories that involve the police. I have a personal story. My son's best friend was shot and killed by the police. He was 18 years old. Yeah, I'm gonna move on from that. So let me play this here. This is showing some of the protests. So I did want to show some of the protest that's happening. So, because imagine if this happened and people weren't, that's what would really upset me. Like if this happened and then people weren't in the streets, but people are in the streets. So let's listen. Actually, I think this does have sound. Let's listen. So that's just another protest, and the energy for this change that we all talk about on social media, the energy is here. There's still like a barrier.
We should never let the streets, man. Like, why would we leave the streets in the first place? I was screaming that when people got complacent because Biden won, and that is
that was key. His winning was key in and kind of quelling some of it, not all of it. Like we're still hungry. Just stuff like this is sometimes it just makes me feel like hey, that's my daughters in the background. I'll tell them to be quiet. So if you're hearing noise in the background, I have 2 daughters they're on spring break, so they're home all day. So
let them have fun.
Yeah, I'll tell them in a minute, but that's what you hear.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
we're
make this
proletariat
point, and
network,
then
guys.
yeah.
Please be patient with us.
So that's what you're hearing bumping around, and we have a cat and a hamster, and all of that is wrapped up outside of my bedroom door right now. So that's what you're hearing. But back to the story. And we're gonna have on Wednesday. We're gonna have a conversation with Dr. Kareem and Dr. Kareem Batesh and Dr. Anthony Zunkas, and it's trauma. The topic is trauma from the police state. Like his family, you see his family. I can't hear that because it is reminiscent of my own life, but his family, like that is a lifelong trauma. I mean, look at me. My brother wasn't killed by the police, but he was murdered. I was 13? Like right now, it's still fresh right now. So I'm just thinking of the long-lasting trauma that your loved one is murdered by the good guys. Like what type of justice are you going to get when the person who has killed you, your murderer, is labeled the good guys? Like, really, what justice? Even if they really, what are they going to do? Manslaughter? Like, are we going to get a first degree premeditated murder and they're going to jail for 30 years? We're not.
Hey CJ, if you don't mind, let me interject this real quick.
Go ahead.
Imagine how bad it was 20, 30 years ago, where police were truly held as heroes. And because the reason why I say this, because it was a few months ago, I covered a story where last year, and I would love to see the numbers for this year. Last year, they was breaking police resignation records, and I covered one article where they interviewed a lot of police, and one of the reasons why they said they quit is because they feel like there's been a change in the culture. Because as we reported on our show, a lot of people want to defund the police, like 55% independence, 74% independence. The amount of support that the police used to have in the public had dropped significantly. Like back in the crime wave era, the crime bill era, that's what police was like truly probably at their peak in terms of public relations. Now imagine it like having to fight the police state before the internet, while they were at like the most popular, and now they are starting to slowly see that prestige that they used to have because of propaganda is starting to go away. That's why they had to make an example of Derek Chauvin. And we see, but they probably had to make an example of this person, because if this becomes big, they will they may make an example of people that they cause a big panic. But you see how they like let Breonna Taylor's killers go because that story started to die down. The Mirror Lock story, they waited for a while and they let them go. So maybe we will see justice here just because this story gets so big. And but we'll see. But I'll pass it back to you, CJ. I just want to add that part to it. Make sure you check your audio.
What do you think, Chuck, about what does it reflect on our society that in the narrative, in the Americans' narrative, the good guys are killing people? Are you there? Okay, you still there? Like, what does it say? How does that reflect even in their own narrative?
We can't hear you. I think you. Yeah, he probably had to refresh.
Yeah, but I can pose a question to you. Like, what does it say in their own narrative? Like your own movie, Nick. This is your movie, and you're saying the good guy is this. That's what you're saying. But that good guy just killed this. Like, you get what I'm saying? There, it has to be, even in their own narrative, there has to be some people that are going like, You get what I'm saying? Do you feel like there's some of that a little bit, even with the internet and with these videos being, we are able to see this now? Do you feel like, because people of color already knew this. We're here. We've been here for decades. Like, welcome everybody. You get what I'm saying? So do you feel like it's getting there? Do you feel like it's breaking through those people who have believed that facade?
Well, if you had asked me this a few years ago, I was very optimistic. If you had asked me this at the George Floyd uprising, I was more optimistic than I've ever been, because I saw something I never saw. Covering DC for 10 years, other places too, Ferguson, other places, but covering specifically DC protests since Trayvon Martin. And you could go, and we had a big solidarity uprising with the folks at Ferguson in DC. That happened. And then George Floyd happens. And the first time that I saw white people, white kids in mass in DC come out like what, anger, right? Like F the police. And I had never, ever seen that before. And I was getting so optimistic. And I had some other things that came out against Nazis too one year. I mean, huge masses of white people joining in solidarity. So I felt very, very optimistic. But I don't know how much of that. And by the way, some of that, where you have some young kids today who grew up on these videos, that were in grade school when we saw these videos, when Mike Brown was killed, not that that was on video, when the Baltimore uprising happened. So they don't have to do a lot of unlearning. And they came out in mass. But there's a Trump aspect here. We saw white people come in mass when Trump was president. Trump was ugly. And I can't tell you how many times I saw on my Twitter timeline, someone would say, yeah, Trump's America, Trump's America, Trump's America. I'm like, no, that was actually MPD. That's the local police department. The Democratic administration led by a black woman. I know you don't want to hear that stuff, but that's the reality of it. And half the police in DC are black. I know you don't want to hear about that. And they were taking orders because they took orders because they want to have a good job evaluation and all of that. And that oppression had nothing to do with Trump after the first couple of weeks in DC. So you have
black
to
cops
get
are the
your mind
word.
around that this is oppression. That's not just Trump. And we saw when Biden became president, that helped extinguish a lot of that resistance. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we're gonna fund the police more. Like, what I think about that comment, I'm throwing this in there. What I think about that comment, because it's on the police state, is that because it was such an awkwardly placed, it was completely unneeded in the speech. Like, it was no need to talk about that in the speech. It was specifically placed to say to white America, don't fear. It's okay. Come on, guys. We're not gonna defund the police. Come on, guys. Come on. So we're funding the police. That was a clear message to white, the white voter, the white America. They're always saying we're going after, instead of going after the other people that that could be engaged if they just simply had something to offer.
And you want to know the response to that, CJ? You want the response to that? The biggest demographic drop for Joe Biden is, guess who? Black people. You see, CJ, everyone been running stories about how Joe Biden has had a historic drop with young people. But I'm looking at the poll like, bro, the number is way larger with black people.
Why they don't want to report that. They don't want to report that.
And I'm just asking the question to you guys: why they do that? And that I got a few stories I'm gonna cover, and that's gonna be part of that as well. We really get to more detail.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the question I'm asking you guys right now: why do that?
I didn't know that till you mentioned it.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys. It's in the same poll that everyone been referencing. The same. Poll. Anyway, go ahead, CJ.
Maybe this is a good segue. I do have one final thing to say about the Patrick, because there's not any more news on the story, so it's not more news that I can play. Like, we all know what's happening. He's been shot. Nothing. They just put out the video cam, and that's why this is a heightened sort of interest. But as far as information, as far as newsworthy progress of the investigation, all that type of stuff, there's not anything new. But I felt like we needed to talk about it, because this is like, it's what also devalues Black lives is the fact that it keeps happening. Do you understand? Like, because it goes like this, it happens, we get all mad and we go to the next time it happens and do the same thing. Just the process devalues it, even if we're not trying to do that, because it keeps happening and we're not doing anything about it. So we're saying as a society, we're kind of okay with this. That's literally what we're saying, and we're accepting that these lives are devalued because we go. It's sad, and it's nothing we can do, and that's something that the duopoly has also taken. It's taken us the ability to affect change. Like everybody, like we should be able to say, go and affect change in a month. We should be able to go do something, go protest, and there's a reaction from our government, but our government has no reaction. They just go, let them eat cake. Let them do this. They want to be out there. Okay, as long as we create this barrier, put them away, and let the peasants, let them, yeah, they're upset. Let them do that over there. Like literally not paying attention to us. And I don't know what the literal quote, and I'm going to pass it for Chuck to kind of just weigh in. But if you don't provide for a people to have their grievances redressed, then you're setting up the concoction for a revolution, and quite possibly a violent revolution, because you're not allowing people to gain change through a normal civilized process, because voting is not doing it. Can you speak to any part of that or all of that or anything that came to your mind, Chuck, in that?
Well, first of all, thank you. And what came to my mind, and I've said this many times, is that I'm a believer in protests. And a lot of people say protests don't work. And I always say protests don't work if they're not long enough and strong enough. But we had some nuggets. Colleges were kicking police out of their universities. They had police contracts and they were cutting them out all across the universities. We knew Colorado ended qualified immunity. I don't know where that stands now. We knew in Seattle and Austin, a couple of places, and Minneapolis were having some headway into defunding the police. I'm not saying these are gargantuan changes or anything like that, but what I'm saying is the ball was moving in the right direction. And then when Biden became president, we took our foot off the gas pedal. And then the reverse happened. That energy went into protecting Joe Biden, and the resistance died. And now you have a man who is not named Donald Trump who could say, fund the police 3 times, and people could actually defend this insanity. That's ridiculous.
Nick, unless it looked like you were looking up something, were you looking up some receipts or something? Because I wanted to get, because you, of everybody on the network, you report on defund the police, just the police state. I feel like you do the most content
almost every day.
On it. So because this is like everybody, we're as leftists, we all have that 1 or 2 issue that just gnaws at us, and it's like, and I feel like the police state with Nick is that. But can you speak to all of what we're talking about also? Go ahead.
Yeah, because to me, that was one thing that exposed our society more than anything. And especially growing up Black, we always had different experiences than the overall white America. And that's what you spoke to earlier when a lot of people are shocked now because of the internet age. Like, you got to get to see the videos, but we used to write about it in our poems, in our rap music, in our jazz songs. Like, this has been stuff in our literature for decades and decades, talking about police violence. Black Panthers was calling for the police abolition, the separation from the police and the way the community defense system works. This is not new for the Black community. Like, white America is just now catching up. So when people used to talk about America being this free state, even though we imprison 1/4 of the world's prison population, we're this free country, but you're getting locked up from weed. I got people going through shit. I got people that they are law-abiding. They are a productive member of society, but their life has been effectively ruined because they had pot. They had weed on them. I'm talking about people that are really close to me. Like, I talked to a friend, let's say that. And this friend, he's going through a lot of legal problems in his life. And I didn't actually know that much about it. But one day we finally sat down and talked about what the hell's going on? I'm seeing you in probation all the time. And he's like, yeah, they call me with a weed bag. What? That's it? This whole thing started because of that? And then it extended because he like broke probation because of like some other drug related charges or some, I don't know the full story, but the whole thing, I mean, I'm talking about this lasted like 5 to 6 years. He had a hard time getting jobs. His life was ruined and he was treated like a criminal. And he not as radical as us, actually, funny enough. And I remember in our conversation, he's like, man, I keep fucking up, man. I need to get my shit together, man. And I'm like, yeah, maybe, but at the same time, they kind of fuck, like, why would they even do this to you? This is why when I talk to people in my life that are a victim of our state, I'm literally saying like, bro, this is not your fault, man. Like, I had a friend that was, he been poor his whole life. Like, I don't understand why I can't get ahead. And I'm like, bro, this is not your fault. The same thing, that same talk I have with my cousin. So that's why I'm passionate about this issue. And you see, when you look at Black Marxists and Black leftists, this is what we cover. Like, this is what we talk with other people. They like, oh, we don't talk about this that much. This is the main shit we cover. And I can connect this to any issue I'll talk about. This is connected to capitalism. This is connected to imperialism. The whole society that we are like fed this sham. I saw through it immediately once I learned about the police state, learned about the prison industrial complex. Okay, everything I was told about this country is fake. Like that, it was, and that's, I think, a lot of Black radicals in especially in our age group feels like that's kind of what exposed everything.
But let me ask you, Nick, when did you make that more radical turn against police?
I always hated the police. I couldn't articulate, and I didn't know what was possible. Like I wasn't an abolitionist when I was a teenager because I didn't think abolitionism was possible. Then you read Angela Davis. Then you read the work of many Black radical leaders who wrote about this stuff. You learn from abolitionists like my friend Zoya, Awkward, and you're like, yeah, this makes sense, of course. So I co-founded Tender Man's like three years ago now. And I've been advocating this for a long time, but even in high school, I knew the system was bullshit. And the thing is, I can't even tell you the first shooting that did it. How sad is that? I just remember like constantly hearing story after story after story. Then I saw Zimmerman. This is what really, like, I remember the Zimmerman thing really like, all right, I hate this society. I want it to fucking burn. Because Zimmerman executed, I'm forgetting his name. Trayvon, yeah. So Zimmerman murdered Trayvon, and I seen this system is brutalized. Like, I got friends and family that is in the system suffering because they had weed. I seen our community being over policed. We get harsh sentences. Then one of ours get executed by the state. They're like, nah, he can stand his ground. Then I'm like, all right, so this society got so many hypocrisies. It's not even worth defending. I want to carve it up. Like, I want to carve it up with revolution and sprout a new seed. Like, I'm not even for reforming this shit. And people wonder why I got the politics I have. That was literally led me down the road. Like, now I learned the police connected to imperialism. Then I saw George Bush destroy and bomb Muslims. Like, oh, this shit, they doing the same thing over there that they do to us, right? So anyway, I want to pass the siege. I see you got a clip here.
Yeah, because this clip came to mind when you talked about some of the demands that the Black Panthers had. And one of them was, several of them had to do with the police state or, the justice system. So he kind of names, he names like, I think 10 of them here. So let's listen to some of the demands Black Panther Party right here.
The 10-point program. Number one, we want freedom. We want the power to control the destiny of our Black community. Number two, we want full employment for our people. Number three, we want an end to the robbery by the white man of our Black community. Number four, we want...
Most white Americans saw only their guns and heard only their violent rhetoric. But Black militant groups like the Black Panthers were the demanding voice of a younger generation that had given up on Martin Luther King's nonviolent tactics. Their implied threats of violence and their radical political agenda made them extremely frightening to mainstream America.
Their implied threats of violence.
It's so subtle, man. God damn. Well, not really subtle to us, but they just dropped that shit. I think a lot of like white people probably don't.
Right, but it's the implied threats of violence instead the implied threats of self-defense. I think that would be a more accurate way of describing it. But let's listen more to the 10 program, Black Panthers.
by a jury of their peers.
Oh, this is the part. This is the part I want to hear you hear.
We want all black people when brought to court.
America. That had given up on Martin Luther King's nonviolent tactics. Their implied threats of violence and their radical political agenda made them extremely frightening to mainstream America.
Number 9, we want all black people when brought to court to be tried by a jury of their peers or people from their black communities as defined in the Constitution. Number 10, we want land, justice, housing, education, clothing, and peace. And as a major political objective, a United Nations supervised plebiscite to be held throughout the black colonies of America, in which only black people will participate to decide or determine the will of black people as to their national destiny. Right on, brother. Right on. Right on.
But now you hear, or I can hear, why they had to take the Black Panthers out. You can hear a message that resonated at the time. You see the people responding to it, and they're Marxist-Leninists. This shit can't happen. This shit can't happen. But it's always inspiring when I see these clips of the, Black Panthers. But the point that I wanted to make, I've been playing this video, was the part where he says one of the tenets was black people to be tried by a jury of black people, of their peers. He wants all the people, I don't know if it's this video or if he said it already, all people in jail to be released. Like, this is the demand. These are, to me, are the demands of a revolutionary, or revolutionary demands. And I just feel like this is the sort of thing we should be doing about the police. And this is why we should keep on with defund the police. Don't change the slogan so it can't be co-opted, because defund the police can't be co-opted. And that's part of the reason why they want it gone.
And this is why,
can you speak to that, Nick? Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, this mindset is literally the mindset we had 10 demands. The reason why we co-founded 10 demands because that was when George Floyd protest was going on. And we said, guys, we need to bring a local list of demands and we need a plan of action on how to get there. And the one last thing I'll say on the clip, and I'll pass it back to you guys. Now you guys know why black marchers always scoffed and scorned at Black Lives Matter. And I became extremely distrustful of them. Because compare them to what we just saw in that clip and their demands with Black Lives Matter. Like, maybe we just vote for Democrats. They can help us out. And then they literally sent out a victory statement when Joe Biden won. And then they were literally taken over by Hillary Clinton Democrats. And then they spent $6 million on a mansion. They became capitalists and they became corrupted by the system because why? They did not have revolutionary discipline. There was a organization that was hijacked and still believed capitalism was a route to our liberation. The Black Panthers was not having that shit. And that's why the Black Panthers wasn't allowed to exist while Black Lives Matter was co-opted. And the people who started and sold out became millionaires. That's the reward, right? So I'll pass it back to you guys. That's the only thing I'm going to say on that.
I'll give you the final word on the police state, defund the police, Patrick Lyoya, any other, sort of police justice issues that we're having that you want to talk about before we have Nick go to the next topic.
Okay. Well, we have to talk about DC when you talk about defund the police, because the activists in DC are the people who painted defund the police on the ground next to Black Lives Matter Plaza. And you could see a spike in mainstream media attention. They never spoke about it before then. Now, it was in activist circles, it was in academic circles for years, if not decades, but it wasn't in mainstream media circles. The activists in DC did that, and we have to, name that. And I have a test for people who say, the liberal who says, well, I agree we have to cut funding and rerouting it, but I don't like the defund the police slogan. When someone tells me that, I always ask them this question. Okay, what is your preferable slogan? And wait and hear back what they say. And nothing about their alternative has to do with cutting funding for police. They might say reform it. They might say demilitarize it. But you told on yourself because you don't want to cut it. You want to run away from that. And we're making you confront that. So you want to change the slogan. If you gave me a better alternative, I'll listen. But I don't hear it.
What's even worse is their solutions usually provide is we need more training, and then they create a new training program to pay psychopaths like Dave Grossman. Like when they do this training, who you think they being trained by? They've been
Why don't you
trained
talk
by
about Dave Grossman for a little bit, Nick?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that video.
We covered Dave, and I got to dig through some receipts so you guys see this dude speak, man. One of the most psychopathic people you can speak. He wrote this book that's extremely popular, and he created this ideology called Killology, which is an ideology of cowards. So the whole ideology is if you ever feel like your life is in danger, because and this ideology is designed for police and military, but he says those are connected and intertwined. So if you're a policeman, you essentially do the same thing as of someone in the military because you are at war. That is what he emphasized. He said you are at war, and the subjects, aka the quote unquote criminals, are people that you cannot give benefit of doubt about protecting you and protecting quote unquote the public by having a shoot first, kill first mentality, question stuff later. And people wonder like, oh, it's a bad apple. How can you say it's a bad apple when these people are being trained and there's videos that show that this guy is a celebrity? Like not like he's like an odd figure. Like he gave speeches in one of the videos I saw. Like there was like a line of cops looking for his autograph. So it's like he's not just an educator. He's like a Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson like type among police officers. They look at his ideology. They're like, hell yeah, this is how police should be. So when you guys say you want to,
he's like Karl Marx, but for police.
Yeah, for police. Yeah, they ever since he released Killology, and there's been many reports of police implementing this in their training. He's giving seminars to people, and he is but just one. He probably the most prolific example of this. But there have been other stories and videos I reported on before when you listen to police officers in training and how they speak, and there was one dude who was like joking about a police killing and undermining. Like these people are psychopaths. How do you think you get that job? And also one thing I want to point out, and then when we can move on, a lot of times they're like, we're gonna have this new training program so the police can better serve the community. And then they allocate more money to the police for that. And then they just take the excess money, which is usually a lot, and they just give it right to the pensions. So they pocket and they get a raise based on something they should have been disciplined on. Damn, you fucked up. You killed somebody, so we're going to punish you by giving you more training. And then they increase your pay by that. Do you guys see how crazy the system is and why anything other than the road to abolition is nonsense? So I'll give you guys last thoughts, then we can move on. I know I got a few stories we can cover. Last thoughts.
I'll let you. I'll let Chuck.
No, you got it. You got it.
All right. So now we gonna.
I don't have any last thoughts on this topic, but I am ready for the next topic. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah. So we can actually probably get back to this because the reason why I cover the police state a lot is because I can connect all these issues together, and that's why I stress you guys to do because that's a great way to you're able to debunk capitalist propaganda when you understand like our prison industrial complex, our imperial system, Wall Street, all this stuff is connected. The corruption is all connected, right? They are all one team, right? So we probably gonna get there in this story because now I'm gonna talk about economics because I told you I covered I mostly covered three things: foreign policy, state violence, and the class war. So now let's dive into the class war here. Now, do you guys understand capitalism is a joke? And we are unapologetically Marxist. I see there's a lot of people that like to call themselves populists. You call yourself a populist because you're mostly too scared to call yourself anti-capitalist, which is beyond me because capitalism is a system that crashes every 5 to 8 years by design. By design. So the reason why it's by design is because who gets richer when these crashes happen? So we have one of the worst economic downturns, one of the highest transfers of wealth in human history that happened during COVID. During COVID, they passed a COVID relief bill and they gave like half the money to the cops. Like they use any disaster they can to wage class warfare. Now, what has been the result of this? Now, let's go to this story, and I would love to get Chuck and CJ's opinion on this. Stain on democracy. Tax Day shows U.S. billionaires now own $4.7 trillion. So let's dive into this real quick. Let's go over the numbers. And look how much their wealth has soared over 2 years. It shows this country 735 billionaires, less than 800 people. less than 800 people own $4.7 trillion. So if you're a capitalist sympathizer, I am asking you, how is this sustainable? Don't worry, I am waiting for this explanation because it's getting worse. So their wealth has soared 62% over the past 2 years. What has happened the last 2 years? COVID.
Pandemic.
The pandemic. This is what they call disaster capitalism, but disaster capitalism is capitalism. Late stage capitalism is capitalism. I want you guys to understand that. You don't separate the two. And now look at this. Worker earnings has grown just 10%, but the modest gains eaten away by the rising cost of food, housing, and other necessities. So this little 10%, throw it away. It's trash. Means nothing, especially if you come from a Marxist line of thinking. Now I'm presenting this, so feel free to interrupt anytime you guys want, CJ. Actually, I take this time. You guys have any thoughts before I move on?
I may want to just tie in this capitalistic conversation with our previous conversation real quick, because we talked about policing and we didn't really address the capitalistic piece. In Ferguson, there's a real reason for that uprising, and it had to do with more than Mike Brown. And it had to do with every single person, really to the grandmothers, had an outstanding warrant because the police, and this is all in the 2015 Ferguson report, by the way, because the police were pulling everyone over. You go 3 miles over the speed limit, you get a warrant, you get a ticket. Those tickets would turn into warrants. I never got a warrant when I was in DC. I only got pulled over 3 times. I was in DC and it was nothing. I spent 8 months in Ferguson and I got 7 tickets and it turned into warrants because when I moved back to DC, I had to go to court to pay it. And I got a little of that experience. And that was only because I was in the proximity of Black activists driving a car. If I wasn't, then I might have been treated better. So I got that experience. And what happened was everybody there was rebelling against the police. They already hated police, everyone who was Black, because they were getting oppressed. And you look into the Ferguson report in 2015, and they called it a collection agency. 25% of the police funding was funded through pulling over Black people.
Right.
And you can't talk about Mike Brown and that uprising without talking about that capitalistic system that preyed on Black people in Ferguson.
I say this all the time. Police primary job is writing ticket and collecting money for the city. That's their primary job. Like, do you understand how much the city would lose money if they just stopped writing tickets? I don't think people understand like the amount of money and what you're describing. Isn't that the broken window theory? Nick, that we talked about, where they're ticketing, because you said everybody was ticketed. Everybody was everybody. That's the broken window theory. And what were you gonna say, Nick?
Yeah, you right on point, and that's why when you're a Marxist, and that's why a lot of Black Marxists connected to the class war, because whenever you see that stat, you know, the one we repeat all the time, where the racial wealth inequality right now is worse than the height of the civil rights era. Like, that's a lot of stats that that shocks a lot of people. They'll say, how could that possibly be true? The police state, you dingus. Because we have broken windows policing and they over policing our communities. They're imposing regressive fines and fees on the working class. That's what those are. So when I see people who want support, they got the blue stripe. They say, I support the men in blue. You cannot support the men in blue and call yourself class conscious. And this is the biggest flaw between the right-wing populists. They say, oh, we class conscious, but then they support the police. They support, you're not. The ones that do have that hypocrisy, that is. Now, I want to continue because it also goes into how the police police our community and how they aim for the poor. Now, it's also connected to the story because you see the IRS and tax collectors do the same thing on the wealthy. You see how all this stuff connects? Now this continues to the story, right? So they now own 4.7 trillion in wealth, right? So now there is a report that recently found. Oh, sorry, I go ahead of myself. Most of that goes untaxed. Much of that goes untaxed, right? Now this is the study that found, and they actually openly admit this, guys, because they say it actually saved resources when you go after working class people than instead of the rich, because the rich got army of lawyers, right? It says the IRS is an agency that disproportionately targets the poor. The 25 richest people in the U.S. paid a true tax rate of 3.54% from 2014 to 2018. And now what the IRS do, and when you click the story, and they explain this in the study, they target, why the fuck they quote Elizabeth Warren? But anyway, they target poor people. God damn it. There are a few issues I saw with this Common Dreams article. I'll get to that here soon. But this is why they tend to go after black people in civil asset forfeiture. 60% of the time they go after poor people. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but a lot of times in civil asset forfeiture cases, if you're able to fight that in court, there have been many examples of the police losing those in court. But they go after people who literally can't afford it, or it wouldn't be worth their time. They will actually spend more money suing the IRS or suing the police than they will actually recover, right? So the IRS, they openly admit this. They do not go after rich people because they know rich people have an army of lawyers and they can usually fight that to the death. And also they got class interest too. That's not underestimate this. Now I want to go back to this article, right? Now I'm being a little bit asshole because at this article, now I'm gonna explain something because we're a little bit more radical than most. You see how they start bringing up Biden's Build Back Better agenda? That's doing nothing on this wealth gap that is developing. Now, I'm not going to shout them too much because I'm glad that they report on this, but I hate that this thing that like Common Dreams and some progressives will do. They talk about issues. They're like, Democrats are your friends. So I have to give you guys that analysis too, because they bring.
Well, this is what we call. Remember, we gave them the name. These are. If we want to honor the person calling themselves a leftist, and we wouldn't label them that, the name is reformist leftists.
Yeah.
Remember how Carlos was saying how, because I asked Carlos to define, because I feel like strategy should be part of what makes you a leftist.
Can you define reformist leftist?
Well, this is the term we came up with. It's because Carlos because I asked him to define he said, I don't think you can be a reformist. I think that excludes you from being a leftist. Because the conversation was about how strategy should be part of the definition that makes you a leftist. Because it's like, if it doesn't, then you're saying things like what the Black Panthers did, the strategy they used to do didn't matter. Like they could have done it a different way, a more civil way, a more way that didn't disrupt it. And so the conversation was about how strategy should be part of what makes you a leftist. And that's where the term reformist leftist came out of. It's just a person who calls himself a leftist, but they're more about making reforms. Right. And then we're more of making revolutionary changes. So maybe we should call ourselves revolutionary leftists. And that I'm just bringing up that to mention how we came up with the term. So I think anyway, that's the backstory of how we came up.
I found a gem here too. And the gem is actually perfect in this article, which explains the topic that we're talking about here. Let's check this out. Look at this. So this is what we mean. And now I told you guys I'm a nitpicky asshole at times, right? But the reason why I do this, because I want you to know the difference between our politics and the people who say they are, even the reformists, right? The social democrats. And that's what Carlos is saying. They say you can't say you're a leftist when you're trying to reform an inherently racist system like capitalism, instead of doing what our Marxist leaders and revolutionary thinkers said we should do. We should be trying to completely dismantle this system through revolution so we can rebuild it through a Marxist and socialist lens. And that's not him just saying. He said this is what people who created socialism said we should do. So whatever you guys are doing is different from being a leftist. So just be honest and say that. That's the point that Carlos was making. Now look at this. Now this is the article which pretends that these democratic reforms are going to be enough. Now I'm internationally honest enough to say these are better than the system that we have now, right? But this is the criticism that Michael Prenti had. Now I'm going to read this part and I'm going to get to that. Oxfam knows that Elizabeth Warren, you see the person they always want to prop up? Wealth tax will yield $113 billion in federal revenue from billionaires in 2022. Enough to fund the extension on child tax credit, affordable child care, all this stuff, right? So now let me explain to you what Michael Prenti, criticism of Bernie Sanders, and they always want to prop up Elizabeth Warren, even though you gotta know Elizabeth Warren wealth tax is trash. And Bernie Sanders' wealth tax, I'm trying to remember it because I used to talk about this all the time when I worked for Bernie campaign. Well, Bernie wealth tax went way further than Elizabeth Warren because it kicked in at
a lower number. I think
at lower income level and charged them more. But even that, this whole concept of like just taxing the rich, that's not enough. We need to talk about seizing the means of production. Like even this amount of money is not enough to fund the shit that we are talking about. You see how they brought up child tax credit? Like we talking about having a nationalized healthcare system as the end goal as a socialist. We need to start seizing the means of production.
So right? I think let me give an analogy. It's like if you have a sore, or if you have a sore, or if you have some sort of it's like trying to repair the edges or trying to replace the whole thing. And that's literally kind of like the difference between a reformist leftist, I guess you can say, Chuck, and more of a revolutionary leftist. A revolutionary leftist is not saying, hey, let's try to repair, let's rebuild the engine for the 17th time.
Right.
I'm more revolutionary. Let's replace the entire engine. And I think we were trying to come up with a better way to describe the old left and the new left. But you've heard all of this discussion. Does this give you any better understanding of what we mean, or what is your take on all of this and this sort of topic that we're talking about? With,
I mean, I struggled with this all the time because in theory, I want revolution. Who doesn't? I do get criticized. The thing is, sometimes being reformist, but I don't call it reform. I just call it relief, because reform means like you're solving a problem. Relief means you're just, people are suffering. And sometimes I find myself, I want less people suffering. And it's an ethical question. It's hard to deal with. Sometimes we don't know how to deal with it. So let me give you an example. I'm for abolish the police. I wasn't like that. I wasn't like that 5-6 years ago. I wasn't like that in Ferguson. I'm a reform liberal. I had to, get here by bumping my head over and over and over. But like, let's take defund the police, right? If we could cut the police force in half tomorrow, I'm for that, because I feel it could be on the path to abolish. It could be on the path to abolish if people see that we don't need police. Maybe abolish could be the next step. So I wouldn't necessarily say defund the police is reform because it's on the path. It's when something is off the path. And you both might disagree with me on this, but this is just sort of maybe.
No, I actually agree with this point. I interject real quick on Patrick. Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because we actually in 10 demands, and this is the distinction I will make between a reformist versus the people that me and CJ will approve. Like what a true revolutionary would do, and this is our job as people who want to challenge capitalism, like as anti-capitalists. We do not negotiate with ourselves, and this is what the progressives do. Like, oh, we're gonna have a tax, we propose a tax cut that keep billionaires in place. We only propose 10% military reduction. I am not opposed to, and this is what we outline in 10 demands. In 10 demands, on defund the police step, we say every year you should try to cut the police budgets as much as you can. So a revolutionary pushes for as much as they can, and then they take a concession as a win, and then they fight the next day to continue to chip ahead at it. I separate that from the average reformist. What the reformers would do, they will undercut what we are asked. They will do stuff like Elizabeth Warren, like, oh, we should have a weak wealth tax, right? That actually that still keeps billionaires in place. That's way weaker than Bernie Sanders asked. But that's it. I'm not going to ask you for anything further left than this. I want this concession of a concession. Remember when the progressives were negotiating with the Biden administration and they said, oh, we would be okay with the public option? I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? And you notice how he decided not to implement the public option. Because you should have said, no, Medicare for all bus. Medicare for all bus. And then take whatever victory you give. If he does a public option, okay, that's a victory. You see the difference in the mindset?
Yeah.
And that's how I would separate it. Maybe some people disagree. If you push it for big things and you take concessions, I think that's different than being a reformist who they negotiate with themselves, they ask, they under ask, they will abandon stuff like we ask for, like white leftists do this all the time. They say, oh, we don't want to support reparations. Okay, reformists, thank you for helping provide for a white supremacist system, right? You should ask for the mountains and take what you get. That's my take, right? But anyway, I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, it's a difference in demanding $100 and somebody giving you $5 than you demanding $5. That's completely different. Do you understand? Like, that's completely different. Even though you could receive the same money, but the other person is not demanding $5, even if that's what they receive. So I didn't know that defund the police was looked at as a reformist policy. Is that looked at as a reformist policy?
No, what we try to educate people at Tender Man, because
It's a step.
Yeah, bro, it's a
Maybe
road.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Road to abolition, and we're not the only group. We're not the only group.
It's just like communism. Socialism is you can't jump to communism. You have to go through socialism first. There's steps. Like if you read about socialism, even in socialism, they understand it's not going to go overnight from socialism to capitalism. So there's things that need to be set up to progress you. Things like dual power. So, like, yeah, I mean, I get that.
And and one last thing I want to add, and I'll pass it to Chuck, because one of the most dishonest attacks I've seen, and this comes from people like Al Sharpton and many of the black figureheads, when they will say, "Oh my God, these people that put in for defund the police, they are ignorant. They don't have no plan to action." I see this all the time where people criticize abolitionists for having no plan, but then they don't read our fucking plan. Like, we are very smart about that. If you look at every single demand we have, look, for example, look at defund the police. We talk about real shit that's on the books. Eliminate for-profit policing, including all quotas, fine-based arrests, civil asset forfeiture, end police contract with government, and we go through all stuff like actual laws that are on the book. Go in this one. Look, pass HR 1714, stop the Militarized Law Enforcement Act. Bro, it took a long time for us to come up with this. Could we look at how our government was structured? And we like, bro, here's the plan and how we can get rid of this and get to a road to abolition. So there are a lot of people that say, "Oh, why you keep pushing defund the police?" Guys, this is what we need to get there. Sorry, I know I'm talking a lot, but I'm going to just say this last part, because we are doing jujitsu on them. I'm not gonna go through the whole list, right? I'm gonna explain to you how abolition works real quick, right? Real quick. If we could decrease police budgets every single year to the maximum that we politically able to, we decrease the police force. And then if we implement our plan, which we know works because it's been proven in multiple societies, you provide housing, education, and healthcare, and provide a high quality of life to people, that will decrease crime. Having mental health facilities will decrease crime. So when you're on this road to abolition and you are decreasing the police budget every year, the police are literally dwindling in numbers. Then you got the increase of the public, what's the best term for it? The social relief program, for the lack of a better term. You got these social relief programs are increasing. So as abolitionists who truly believe in the theory, as quality of life increase, crime will go down. So this is all assuming our path works. Every step that we outline happens, right? So we accomplish slowly rolling back police budget, and then they go back to social program. Crime goes down. This happens year after year after year. Now the crime rate is extremely low. Violent crime is low. Then people start looking around. They're like, why do we even need the cops that we have over here?
Exactly.
You see the trick that we play?
Yeah.
Our plan is
So
you've
been called a reformist for this? You've been called a
no.
reformist
To
for
be
this
clear,
process?
I think a lot of smart leftists.
Some people do. I mean, I'm on the street,
people.
and I've had the defund, abolish conversation, and I say I'm with you on abolish, but I believe this is how we get there. I get pushback from some people.
But I see. Okay,
they just need education. I think.
I thought defund and abolish camps were the same camps, and I thought that the abolish camp understood that defund was the bridge to get to abolish.
Many people do.
I thought that was already understood. So, but some don't, and now.
Do.
I didn't know that. I did not know people didn't know that.
That is what Tender Man's level are being for. That's just a lack of education. I do see people, and I think they act in good faith, because I would tweet about defund the police, and they said, "No, I'm not for defund. I'm for abolition." I'm like, bro, I hear you. I hear you, man. Just read the plan, bro. Just read the plan.
How do we convince people? That's the thing. You know,
it takes time, but we gotta speak to people.
But how do we, Chuck? What were you gonna say? How do we?
I think defund is one of those ways. Listen. After stop and frisk had the court order against Michael Bloomberg, all the papers were saying crime will go up, crime will go up, crime will go up. So the court order happens and crime goes down. And even the New York Daily News said we were wrong. We thought ending stop and frisk or curtailing it would make crime go up. And they apologized on the back cover of the New York Daily News. I believe when we effectively put alternatives in place that Nick spoke about, people will see, hey, we don't really need police. But the corporate powers are doing everything they can so that we never could make that convincing argument.
So if you look at some countries, and I don't want to over-highlight Japan because they got a lot of social issues as well, but Japan has a very low violent crime rate. It's almost non-existent, right? And so our goal as abolitionists is to get to a point where everyone is taken care of because we truly believe we don't have this like racist ideology that these people are irredeemable. Even when we take care of them, they're still going to do crime. That's where our policing is rooted in white supremacy. We don't believe that. We believe if you provide for people, that will lower the amount of extremism, amount of violence as well. So we will reach a point, and I don't know how long this will take. This is the path to abolition. As we continue to chip away, there will be a point where people there'll be like the cops that sit around and do nothing because there's not shit going on. We're not allowing them to harass people no more. No regressive fines and fees. So they literally doing nothing. So then people will be like, might as well get rid of them. That's how it works, guys. But do you guys have anything else to add in that we can continue with? How we doing?
No, you can go. You can continue.
How we doing? Time?
I don't. I mean, there's an hour left technically, but
yeah, I know you guys have a
later. We can roll.
I know
yeah,
you
we can keep going.
Yeah, I got.
No, I'm scheduled for another hour, so I'll at least do that. But I am gonna take a bathroom break in a little bit. So when
I'm gonna
step away, that's what that is. Go ahead.
I'm gonna continue the story. I just want to know how we doing. I know CJ. We having a mega Monday, as he called. He's putting a lot of work.
Yeah, 4-hour stream today.
So we just covered. I'm gonna move on to the next part of this because you guys know I always like to have well done stories and presentation because I have radical ass politics. But the point of the network is, I promise you, I can explain every position I reached to. Every single position I reached to, I can explain with using receipts, and that's what I do on the show. I show you guys historical receipts to back up every single position I have. Now, I'm telling you, we need to start redistributing the wealth. We need to start not just taxing the rich, but literally seizing their means. Because now look at the result of this society and now there's a lot of people that want to have theories on this. And I think all the theories are ridiculous because I think it's very obvious what's happening. Look, it's at 2022, U.S. excess mortality in young middle-aged Americans remains elevated above normal range, even seeing 2020 levels. Now, I know we had COVID that killed a lot of Americans and that increased the mortality rate, but do not get it twisted, guys. The mortality rate, the life expectancy in this country has been dropping before COVID. And as a Marxist and as someone who's an anti-capitalist, it's my job to remind you because this is actually, I found this source and then I saw like a few of the comments. And I'm like, oh shit, I think this is a right winger. Because you see, this is what a lot of right wingers do. They start bringing like, oh, it's the vax mandates. Oh, it's because of this, because of that, or this culture war issue. It's capitalism, guys. Cuba had a blockade, literally an economic sanction on their country for decades that cost them billions of dollars. And they have a higher life expectancy rate than we do. All the other countries are going through COVID. They don't have the amount of death that we do because we are massively unhealthy people. Because we are overworked, we are overstressed, we don't have time to work out. Big pharma, big food. The FDA is corrupt, so we have horrible food that makes us more unhealthy than other societies. All this stuff led to this stuff, right? Now, there are a lot of people who they want to attack and they're like, oh, socialism never worked no matter where it's been tried, right? Now, I'm going to show you guys what Fidel in Cuba was able to accomplish. And this is despite the massive blockade and sanctions on their country. And I'll show you that other stuff for a reason. While our mortality continued to fall, while our life expectancy continued to fall, as racial income inequality continuing to get worse, more people are going homeless. This is what they accomplished in their country, right? The only country in America is without child malnourishment. Declare international paradise for infants because their infant mortality rate is like our infant mortality rate in America is among the highest in the West because our capitalist healthcare system and our death cult society that we live in. Lowest child death rate in America. 130,000 medical school graduates since 1961. A student-teacher ratio of 10-1. I would have to ask Savvy what's the ratio here. Eliminated homelessness. A lot of capitalists trying to pretend that's not possible. Developed 4 vaccines against cancer. 54% of the national budget is used for social services. Sent 796 doctors and nurses to Liberia and Guinea. I don't know when this graphic was made, but Cuba were also sending a ton of vaccines to the global south and other countries that couldn't afford the patent that Bill Gates put on the vaccines, right? So Cuba, even if you like, a lot of people. Sorry, I'm not gonna go there. Best education system in Latin America. One of the best human development indices. First country to eliminate mother-to-child transmission of HIV. So I'm just here to remind you guys that socialism has never failed. Socialism has been defeated by imperialist empire, imperialist capitalist empire. Now, this is what we talk about when we talk about what is imperialism. Imperialism is an economic order. It's an economic order that must be established. So every time there was an example of a socialist country, whenever you had people like in Chile who democratically elected a communist leader, or CIA assassinated them, the West assassinated them. They put sanctions on the DPRK. They put the sanctions on Venezuela. They've been blocking Cuba. They still managed to surpass up in basic economic indicators. Now, I'm gonna get you in here very soon, Chuck, but I'm gonna bring this last point up because I told you guys you're probably gonna get back to the police state one way or another. one way or another in my presentation on the class war, because I want you guys to understand that the police only exist to serve capitalism. So as our late stage capitalism continue to get worse, as infant mortality continue to get worse, as our life expectancy continue to get worse, and I'm telling you guys, this number, so I'll pull it up again. This trend is not changing anytime soon. Not in 2023 is going to be worse. 2024 is going to be worse because we are in the stage of late stage capitalism when they need to find more. They need to find more revenues, even though they already have it all. So where they get that? They get that from labor values. So how do you keep this population that is starting to see the game, right? Even if they're not as radical as I am. They're starting to see this sham of a capitalist system, right? This is what Democrats are doing. This is why I tweeted, the United States is an authoritarian police state hellhole. How dare the United States think they have the right to lecture anyone regarding human rights and decency? Because New York Mayor Eric Adams, and this is a trend, he's getting a lot of publicity, but there has been a war on the homelessness that has been launched by, and I assume there are Republican mayors as well, but largely Democratic mayors. There's a video that we played where there were homeless people in California that were forcibly evicted or homeless on gunpoint. And they are stealing the property of the homeless people. And I'm going to explain this concept very quick. I'm sorry I've been going for a while. I'm going to get
keep going.
So they usually give warnings, despite how fucked up it is that they do. They're like, okay, we're going to raid this camp, get your shit and leave, or we'll take your stuff. The police state has become so rapacious that they are not even giving these people warnings now. And by all accounts, they are storming these homeless camps now and pretty much taking everyone's stuff, using civil asset forfeiture because they say, oh, these people are breaking the law. They should never have been here in the first place. This is now government property. They are stealing from and harassing from the most vulnerable people in our society. This is going to get worse. Because remember, what did Joe Biden say? We're going to fund the police more. Every single Democratic mayor has pledged during their re-elections to fund the police more. So I'm not just being an asshole when I tell you guys the Democratic Party enables white supremacy just like the Republican Party. I'm not letting Republicans off the hook, guys, because they want to fund the police more. But they use the death of George Floyd. They pretend to be on our side. But now, once they got all the power, they're funding the police more. They're fighting the the homeless population, illegally stealing their shit, stealing our shit. Cops steal more wealth from the working class through civil asset forfeiture and other penalties than criminals do through criminal burglary, and that's a fact. But right wingers think they like, oh, don't tread on me. You guys see why we covered it? This is their biggest weakness, and I love poking fun at conservatives who think they're for small government.
There's no such thing as a conservative. They don't exist.
They support a nanny state. But sorry, I want to give Chuck. I would love to hear your thoughts. Go ahead.
Conservative, by definition, the first two areas you'd be against is our military abroad and our police state at home. And if you don't lead with that, you're not a conservative. You're just using this word to cut social services that help human beings. But you're not a conservative. I don't know any conservatives, certainly that exist in practice. I don't know any.
Yeah, they don't exist. And I'll never understand why people run away from this issue or the issue of military, because I live in the red state. I talk to a lot of conservatives. This is my go-to, guys. You guys understand that? Also, because you guys know a lot of rednecks, they love smoking weed. The average Republican voter is to the left of Joe Biden. Like 57% of them are for decriminalizing all drugs. Sorry, let me give it a shot. I think that's for marijuana. Sorry, I don't want to miss. Let's say marijuana. I don't want to mistake myself for there. Let's just say 57% support decriminalizing marijuana. The number is actually high for all drugs too, but I don't want to mistake that. So they are to the left of Joe Biden, and I think the number is like 50% for legalizing marijuana, something like that. So when I actually talk to Republicans, and you guys gotta understand, the average person, they're so stuck in their propaganda bubble, they don't really think about this shit. So I'll talk to conservatives. I'm like, bro, how you say you for small government? How you say you for freedom, but you think the police should lock people up for playing? I lead with that one. They're like, yeah, I don't think they should do that. Okay, why do you think the police should be funding so much? Well, we gotta protect and serve our people. Okay, the police budgets, and I'm an abolitionist. I love educating people on this shit. Exploded in the 1980s because of the drug war.
Yeah,
most of the money that the police spend is spent on enforcing the drug war.
That's right.
So if you want to end the drug war, you want to do what? By de facto, what? Defund the police.
That's right.
And one last thing I want to say to answer your question, Chuck, because a lot of people have reported on this. I reported on this on the show. Based on what I've seen in the polls, about 1 out of 4 Republicans are actually conservatives. Most people didn't know this. In these polls that they misrepresent all the time in the media, when they ask Republicans, do you believe in decreasing the police budgets and giving that to social services, it's about 13% of Republicans that say they're down for that, and about 12% that say they're unsure.
And I would add to that 25%. 25% of Republicans were very amenable to Medicare for All. Medicare for All was the greatest crossover issue across the aisle that existed. But
over 50% support a public option, Chuck. You know that?
Wow. No, I didn't.
It's even higher for a public option. But go ahead.
I didn't even know. Well, the thing is, Republicans, they have crappy, shitty health care too. So that's something that they can understand, that when their families are dying. So you actually had some inroads, and Bernie was making some inroads in the conservative circle. But we've been brainwashed by media that you have to go over to the right wing to move people and meet in the middle, as opposed to stand by your principal stands and they will come over on something like Medicare for All. Have that union on your terms, on your human rights terms. Oh, I can't even hear. I can't even. I'm coming.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I fucked the audio up. Oh, God damn it, that's my bad. God damn, I fucked the audio up. But anyway, he will be back. He's gonna be back. Oh man, trying to see what story should I cover next. I think we got another hour. But I'm gonna show you guys this. To wrap up my point on how the Democratic Party works with the Republican Party to expand the police state. So I don't want to let Republicans talk too, because they do the same thing. I want you guys to understand. My argument against the duopoly is not that one is better than the other. It's that they work together, so we should abandon it. We should leave it. Stop playing the game. So this person flagged this to me under my tweets. So Democratic Kansas governor Laura Kelly, and I live in Kansas, so I remember when Laura Kelly won, it was one of the things people use to rebuke Trumpism. They were saying, oh my God, Trump fucked up so bad, you lost Kansas. I remember that talking point. Look at what she did. They passed a GOP-controlled legislator. She signed a bill passed by a GOP-controlled legislator that counteracts Wyandotte County's safe and welcoming ordinance that limits police cooperation with federal immigration authority. They talking about ICE. So this is a Democratic governor that's siding with the Republicans in order to ramp up our inhumane immigration policy that has only gotten worse under Joe Biden.
Very Claire McCaskill of her.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought her up because I live in Missouri, and a lot of people don't remember she was running against Josh Hawley, and she was running to his right.
That's right. That's for the Joe Biden playbook. The Joe Biden playbook is go to the right of the Republican to remove the issue away. That's what we saw with Claire McCaskill on ICE. She was going to be tougher on immigration at that time. And we see that with Biden.
And I saw the ads because I used to see the ads all the time in Missouri. And you want to know another argument that she was making? She was saying that she said, I'm in a position to implement Trump's agenda. She was saying Josh Hawley is so inexperienced and so radical that you got a better chance of getting Trump's wall if you elect me.
Yep.
She was literally making that argument. She's like, if you're conservative here, support me and I get the wall done. And then people were like, oh, why you didn't vote for? Fuck that shit. Fuck that, dude. And then she was like, and do you guys know the Show Me Canvas movement? Now I'm getting a little bit into the weeds here in local politics. Because I did a lot of volunteer for Show Me Canvas to help legalize marijuana. Now we got a ballot initiative. So medical marijuana has passed here. We have medical marijuana now. Claire McCaskill openly came out against these ballot initiatives that we were trying to do before. We lost a few ballot initiatives before we finally got this one passed in 2020. Claire McCaskill was openly against weed. She was openly against Medicaid expansion. And then she lost her election to Josh Hawley. In this same election, Missouri passed a Medicaid expansion, and we voted to pass a minimum wage increase in a conservative Missouri.
And you know what Claire McCaskill got for losing that election?
Yeah.
She got expert status on MSNBC to tell others how to win an election.
Absolutely. It's so ridiculous. But that's what they designed. They're there to lose. Like, I remember what the fuck the person name who ran. She ran against Mitch McConnell. Fuck. I don't remember her name. But there's so many examples of these centrists. Their job is not to beat the Republican. Their job is to keep the Overton window to the right, even if they're cost them the victory, because then they can at least get a contract job at MSNBC, CNN, right. Or they become a lobbyist like Hadi Heitkamp. You guys know the story of Hadi Heitkamp? Super conservative who lost. She lost during the time where Democrats was like, oh my God, progressive policies are costing us victories. Meanwhile, that same election, Hadi Heitkamp lost, Claire McCaskill lost. You had all these people who were losing these elections that was centrist, right? Then after she lost, she became a lobbyist in Washington. Yep. And you know what she did recently? She was a lobbyist in Washington who was fighting against the Build Back Better agenda from the Biden administration.
I didn't know that.
So how hilarious. I can find the receipt. She was literally one of the leading people that was fighting against it. So this is a Democrat that, and now I'm using their terms here, right? She turned against her own party. I think she's doing what she's designed to do, but let's use the terms here. After she lost, she turned against the Democrat Party, and then she immediately became a lobbyist to do the bidding of corporate agenda. And that's exactly what is at design. And Sinema, they're like, oh my God, we didn't get rid of Kristen Sinema. Okay, now she's going to get a job as a lobbyist. And now we got Big Pharma and Big Oil. They're going to buy another senator. That's how it works, the rotating villain. But I see CJ is back. I see you got something you have shared here. I want to pass it to you guys before I move on to the next story.
Well, I'll just say this is really the Biden playbook you're talking about. When we heard fund the police, fund the police, fund the police, it was go to the right of the Republicans to take the issue away. And he did that by the tune, I think, of $81 million as well. He increased Trump's ICE budget as well. He kept Trump's Stephen Miller's Title 42 in as well until Ukraine refugees came. He increased the military budget by like 62 million or something like that. But he has a history of doing that, going back not just to 94. People cite 94. 94 was the crime bill, was the cherry on the top. His worst damage was done in the 1980s with Republicans in power, working on the head of the judiciary with Strom Thurmond. And what he did is he kept going harder than Republicans. So, for instance, Reagan wanted to stop the crack cocaine disparity sentencing at 20-1, which was already egregious. Biden wanted to go 100-1 and pushed it and got it. Biden wanted to go harder on mandatory minimum sentencings. He wanted to go harder on civil asset forfeiture, which is legalized robbery by police. And I have to say something that's really important about Biden that people don't get. This wasn't in response to the crack epidemic. He started doing this in 1982 and 84 before crack hit. When crack hit, him and Reagan worked together to exploit that scenario.
Well said. Well said. And CJ, if you have anything else you want to add, you can add that. I got one more story that we can get to. CJ, what are your thoughts?
I couldn't hear, my headset stopped working, so I don't know what we just said. But,
I'm sorry, I was asking. I was saying if you want to chime in with anything else, you can. But we have time to get to one more story that I have. Just let me know if you have anything else you want to add here before we move on.
No, not to this story. Was this the next one that I put up, right, or no?
Oh, so that's a good source. That's a good source. What we're gonna talk about next. Here, keep that in the background. Keep that in the background. Cause we can use that. Cause I think that this is related.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how much. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna see how fast I can do this. Cause we got like 30 minutes. Let me see if we can. Cause I'm gonna get. Let's do it like this. So everyone's attention is on Russia and Ukraine, and we're gonna get to. I got a few quick stories we're gonna cover on Russia, Ukraine here too, but I don't want you guys to lose focus on the other struggles, because that's like the active strategy of the West right now, right? And U.S. allies right now are out of control. Out of control. Why is that? Because we have politicized and weaponized human rights, and this is what Cuba warned during the UN Human Rights Council, when they said we shouldn't vote for this on Russia because the West is going to use this as a weapon, as a shield to hit their enemies with, while protecting their allies that are committing human rights atrocities. So because of this Western shield that developed, and now that they became such open hypocrites, and the rest of the world is willing to go along with this, now U.S. allies have been emboldened. One example is Saudi Arabia actually ramped up their persecution of journalists because Biden gave them the green light after Jamal Khashoggi. Now that Saudi Arabia know they won't be investigated for the human rights abuses in Yemen, the United States is going to continue to go along with it. They actually felt emboldened, and this is why the Yemen crisis is continuing to get worse. Our allies are going out of control. Now, the recent example of this is Israel. During the whole Ukraine crisis, Israel has been on a rampage. They always commit war crimes, but ever since Ukraine, Russia, they had kicked it up to the next level, bombing Syria. Now they have been launching attacks on Palestinians in East Jerusalem, and they attacked. And I don't want to butcher the name, guys. I'm really bad at pronouncing a lot of these different names. But this is the mosque they raided, one of the biggest mosques in East Jerusalem. And during this, I guess we can play this video. It's only a minute. Let me fix my audio. I guess we just play the video, and then I add more context to it. I think we got time to get through all these. I got a lot of shit to share, but I'll see if we can get through it in 30 minutes. So here, let's go through this video here real quick. Now the personal accounts that I've heard from this has been horrific. And I'm actually not going to play a lot of these videos because they're very traumatizing. There was one video I saw of this Palestinian child literally crying hysterically when she saw the SDF assault their parents. And I can go through all these. There's no need to do that. But I'm showing you there's this new offensive, and this is I think the numbers was 100. That video after, and they still counting. There's over 150 Palestinians that was injured on this raid, and they continuing these raids, right? And the Western propaganda has been super insane. You guys know I'm a big fan of Asal Rod. She's a contributor at the International Leftist Coalition. We have her on the show all the time. What the fuck? Why am I? Oh, I thought I said I wasn't following no one.
Oh, she's amazing. She is amazing.
Asal Rod's amazing. We have her on International Leftist all the time. So I'm gonna show you the propaganda, and this is the subtle propaganda they do during this ethnic cleansing. Why do you guys think I call this a genocide? It's an occupation in Palestine. Zionists have dominated language for such a long time. We need to call it what it is. This is not a conflict. This is an occupation and an ethnic cleansing. Now listen, this is what Saul. She does this all the time. I love the work she does. Explain how the media subtly explain this and do propaganda. Now, I'm going to try to read the original headline, but it said Palestinians and Israeli forces have clashed in and around the mosque in Jerusalem. I don't want to disrespect them by saying it wrong. The mosque in Jerusalem, Old City, marking a significant spike in tensions on what is a day of significance. You see, and as Asal points out, this is how you really should interpret this. Palestinians, the people attacked by Israeli forces, they didn't clash. There is no clash. This is a raid on a mosque, right? And then and the reason why I flipped with they like, oh, Palestinians throwing stones. Of course, because there was accounts of massive violent brutality by the Israeli state against Palestinians, and then there are a lot of elders that was barred from participating in different mosques in Jerusalem because of this crackdown. So of course you have people that was upset. And they resisted in a way that a lot of people are praising Ukrainians for resisting.
Right.
So, sorry, feel free to interrupt me anytime. I'm trying to present this pretty quickly here. But you see, I'm going to finish this part here. Marking a continuation of a decades-long occupation. So, the point is, this is how you should be reading into these stories, right? Do you guys have anything else you want to add on this point? I got more I want to continue with.
I mean, just to your point, a lot of people discovered human rights in 2022, and I don't know where they've been the last few years. Because a year ago in May in D.C., we had 5 free Palestine rallies. People came out by the thousands, and not a word. Not a word. I was right here in the nation's capital, by the thousands. You wouldn't no big cameras around because AIPAC wouldn't allow that, the big lobbying arm. So I wonder. There's a part of me that wants to use this newfound interest in Ukraine and test people's consistency.
Yes.
And think, is there an opportunity to do that? And I don't know if there is or isn't, but we should try to use this opportunity to let people know what's going on in Yemen, let people know what's going on in Palestine. And here's the important point about Palestine. Do you know how much it would cost us to not to help Palestinians? It would cost us minus $30 billion. We don't have to send weapons over. We don't have to send guns over. All we have to do is stop funding the genocide. That's all we got to do.
And let me also chime in, because we've all been seeing these videos of Israeli troops and Israeli forces and just the ridiculousness that's going on over there. It reminds me of what's happening here with the police state in the Black community and how the police treat. And I think it would be eye-opening for more Black people, more Black and brown people, to see how police are being treated, how other people are being treated by police forces in the same way. And you could literally just put a United States police officer uniform on that, and it looks like the same sort of scene that will be here in the United States with Black people just antagonizing, just showing up, just pushing, just like all of these things to antagonize the group. all these things to antagonize the group. And what is this all for? Were they called to a crime scene? Were they what are they doing? I don't get, Nick, and I'm gonna pass it back to you. I don't get, are there still people who are for Israel besides people who are part of the government?
Zionist is literally the dominant ideology of the West, because anyone who questioned it, Jeremy Corbyn, and I'm not even just talking about just the United States, Jeremy Corbyn was destroyed for even questioning that we should support Palestine. He was really good on this issue from anything I've seen, and he was permanently labeled anti-Semite in the UK and Britain. So it's really bad here, but it's not only us, and that's how bad Zionists have brainwashed people. And one thing I want to add that continued the story, there's been an escalation of the ethnic cleansing on the Palestinian people. You guys want to know why? Remember all the people that was cheering when Benjamin Netanyahu lost? And then we on this show, back when it was Fred Hampton left it, CJ, remember how we covered it? Yeah, I was saying, guys, terrible guy that's taken over.
It's terrible.
And Naftali Bennett, and he is openly talk about ethnically cleansing Palestinians. And he was like, why don't we just fucking kick them out and take the lands? And then once he became prime minister, like, oh no, don't worry about it, guys. I was just young and dumb, even though he was literally a government official in his 40s. He was like, don't worry, guys. I was just young and dumb back when I used to say stuff like that, even though I was literally an advisor to Netanyahu. I was just young and dumb. I'll chill, guys. Don't worry. Then he takes over prime minister, and then ramps up and did exactly what he said he was gonna do. And now we dragged and we destroyed, and I would never have respect for them or anyone who supports them, Ilhan Omar and Jamal Bowman. Because remember when they voted to give the Iron Dome more money? So this escalation by the Zionists have not gone unnoticed. So in response, because Hamas, as they said in that video, Hamas was like, bro, this is an insane escalation by Naftali Bennett. So this is a recent story I saw when I was prepping for this. And this is why the Iron Dome, as we explained, is actually an offensive weapon. Because the Iron Dome shields Israel from any response it does during their aggressive occupation. Right? So we don't want to see any violence no matter what. But if you are a colonized people, occupied people, what have liberals been saying have been their right ever since Ukraine has been invaded? You have the right to take arms and resist your oppressor.
Right.
It's funny how that doesn't apply for Palestinians. So this Iron Dome protects Israel from any response from the Palestinians during their ethnic cleansing. So they intercepted a rocket from Gaza because now there's this giant fucking, and I understand it 100%. Any human should. The response for Palestinians and Muslims when you have the Israeli fucking soldiers and police assaulting people on mosques. Guys, imagine if there was like some fictional Muslim army, because it doesn't exist, right? Imagine there's like this Muslim army assaulting Christians in churches in America. The response, rednecks will be immediately up in arms. It will be a war in the streets. That's what happened to Palestinians. We are taught not to think about it like this. Can we dehumanize them? Now look at this. Now this is another story. I haven't read as much into this, to be fair, because I found this while prepping. I need to learn more about the Israeli government structure. But look at this headline. Israeli government faces collapse as Arab party threatens to quit over Jerusalem clashes, which is understandable. I gotta learn more about politics, but I don't understand why you wouldn't quit already. But now this is literally about to destabilize the country in a way we haven't seen in a while. That's my prediction, based on things I've been reading in preparation for the story. Now I've been talking for a while. Do you guys have anything else you want to add on? Now I'm gonna get to the next part.
Well, I want to give Chuck the opportunity because I watch your tweets. I see your retweets, so I know this particular issue you're on. Yeah. So what have you been thinking? You've been seeing the videos. You've been seeing like it's truly the stuff that gets me upset is the kids. Like I get upset at all of it, but children. Why are you treating like you like these events that these children are going through? These are lifelong traumatic experiences. They'll be 80 years old and be thinking back. I remember that time when my dad got this 80. I'm telling you. So what do you like? What are you thinking, and what all of this stuff that's happening?
Well,
What is your
it's
take? What is
personal
your...
in the sense. I don't know if you know this. My background, I'm Jewish, and I bought into a lot of lies for a very long time, too long. There's atrocities on both sides, I said for years, to avoid taking a stance. I certainly wasn't being educated from my parents, who were better on other issues, but certainly weren't good on Palestine. And there's a bit of a brainwashing that goes on. And, you know, I'm a sports nut, you guys know. And in sports, we look at statistics all the time. We look at data all the time. You can't just come into a sports argument and say anybody's better than someone else. And I started applying that lens to Israel and Palestine. And I started to change in 2012 and 2014 massacres. And what really put me over the edge when I started looking at the data, they don't put data on US TV, but that data said how many civilians were killed. Well, there were 1,500 Palestinian civilians killed. There were only 6 Israeli civilians killed. There were 500 Palestinian children killed. There was only 1 Israeli child killed. Now, you don't have to be all deep into the texts and everything to understand 500 to 1 is a massacre. If there was a game and so a team lost 500 to 1, we'd say that's a massacre. Well, it's a massacre when 500 to 1 is the death toll by children. And that's what started to change me, using data.
And then Zionists always say, oh my God, Gaza's firing rockets in Israel. Their response is like someone slapping someone after someone throws the overhand right head kick combination, bro. Like the weapons they're working with is not anywhere near what we see in the aggression that we've seen from the Israeli forces. These are just responses that you expect, and this is what people are starting to understand. This is why a point that you made earlier, Chuck, that I appreciate, and I've been making this on this channel as well, because I do think there are people just victim of propaganda. There's a lot of bad faith actors that we've called out that I think they know what's going on in all these other countries, and they're shielding that while pretending to be outraged about Putin crimes. But maybe, just maybe, and I think, and this is real, there are people who just don't really follow this shit, but because of propaganda, they're being pushed with Ukraine-Russia shit. Now they're like, yeah, actually, I think this imperialism thing is wrong, right?
No,
right.
no.
Now go ahead, CJ.
You make a great point. It's not only on this Israel-Palestine thing, but it's on everything, and this is why it's so key. The key to keeping the duopoly in place is suppressing wages, because if people have to work 50, 40, 60 hours, 60 hours a week, guess what? They don't have time to check your propaganda. They just got to go, 9 minutes nightly news. They gave me the rundown. I don't have the time to tell if this is propaganda or not. I'm going with that. I got to go to work. You get what I'm saying? So it is absolutely key to keeping people disconnected from what's really going on by suppressing wages. But I do have a follow-up question for you, Chuck, and that is, since you say you're Jewish and you made this transition, what was the response you got from people in this transition, or are you still in that transition where people may not know that you've changed? You get what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm not still in the transition, but what I'll tell you, back in 2014, and we have to remember in 2014, the massacres happened in July 2014, and Mike Brown gets murdered in August. And we saw the convergence of those 2 events happen in Ferguson. And Palestinians were giving tips. Hey, this is what you have to mix milk of magnesia and water to help relieve the tear gas. And that's actually what we did. I went with a group of people from DC. We just got in a van overnight and drove down 15 hours, and we came with those bottles, right? That's how I ended up there. So we saw that convergence, and that convergence is really important to put those together. And to your earlier point about police, and I'm going to digress a little bit, it's more than symbolic. Police in the United States go train in Israel to do the same exact things that are done to.
I think he was making a point. You froze.
I'm gonna add to his point.
When he gets back, we'll add him back in.
There's actually an ongoing program that NYPD has with their Israeli forces. They literally exchange tips on how to occupy and colonize people. That's what Oh, sorry. There you go. There,
Don't worry, Judge. We were just continuing the same point because we made that. But go ahead, continue with the point about the Israeli training that you were making.
Yeah, I think they call it the deadly exchange. I think it's Jewish Voices for Peace talk about that, the deadly exchange, how the United States sends police officers to get trained by the IDF, and then they come back and they use that training to oppress Black people here, and all people really, but particularly Black people here. And we saw that in Baltimore, and we saw that militaristic mindset. That's more than symbolic. It's literal training that is happening over there. So we have to address that.
And I'm
the
glad
fight
you brought
in Palestine is the fight here for against police terror. Same thing.
I'm glad you brought that up because we mentioned on the show and because there's been a long time solidarity between Black people, not just even just the United States, South African, Afro-Brazilians, African Americans, and Palestine. There's a giant George Floyd mural in Gaza. Hope it's still up. I don't know. Gaza's been bombed so much. Hope it's still up. But there's a George Floyd mural there. The Black Panthers and Palestinians had international relations. Black Panthers are a really international organization. This is something that our Black revolutionary leaders been speaking out for a very long time. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So any last thoughts? And I got one more story I think we can get through as well.
Yeah, we can get to this next story, but I think the thing we have to get over, it's hard for people to get over who still don't get the Israel-Palestine, is that they don't understand why is Palestine or why is Israel doing this? Like, what do they gain by doing this? They don't really get what colonization looks like. It doesn't feel like they get that. So I think that when we're talking about Israel Palestine, when we're addressing that and trying to bring more people under to get this, I think that's the part we have to address, is that the why, to explain what they're actually doing. They're trying to ethnically cleanse and get these people out and just replace them. That's what they're trying to do. So that's my final words on that. If you want to go to the next one.
All right, so I think we may have time for this. So, as I mentioned in the earlier segment, the Western allies, because of the Ukraine war and because of the open hypocrisy of the West, they have only doubled down and gotten worse. Now, because the West has shielded so many human rights abusers, and you want to know how ridiculous the propaganda has gotten? So, Joe Biden promised to end the genocide in Yemen. Ever since then, he actually gave them more material support based on the year than Donald Trump did. You had an offensive that was led by the Saudi coalition, where they was bombing a ton of Yemeni civilians as well. Once again, all sponsored by the United States. So because of the Ukrainian propaganda that's going on right now, you had the West that this is so insane. There was a United States ambassador at the United Nations, and this is the message that the West was putting out. They are blaming Russia for the food instability in Ukraine, not the blockade that Saudi Arabia is doing right now and have been waging for the last 7 years. They've been blocking medicine. Over 13,000 infant children has died because the mothers are so malnourished they can't provide breast milk. And don't mention formula or you get slapped. That doesn't exist there because of the sanctions. That's how bad it is. So they are using the Ukraine-Russia crisis and the insane economic war that the West is waging against the new Russia-China alliance to now shift blame from the most insane psychopathic behavior that we've seen from a government coalition between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. And I don't know, it's hard to compare it to atrocities, but it's among the worst, right? I'm going to say that. So now this is what a lot of people have been saying. A lot of anti-imperialists are calling this headline up. This is enough to say, because everyone in the global South, and I was looking at news sources from other countries, and these are the international community that is not featured. When they say, oh, the international community is going out against Russia, they're not talking about Africa. They're not talking about Venezuela. They're not talking about Brazil. They're not talking about India. They're not talking about China. Literally over half of the world population, they just don't talk about. Only white people.
Yeah.
Right? So U.S. branded sociopath after accusing Russia of food instability in Yemen. Right? So this is where they rip on the UN ambassador. I'm going to be quick here. What are you guys' initial response? Do you guys see the propaganda war that's going on? Using this conflict, and you see how they did with the Putin price hike, right? They use this to shield from all the sins of the West. How crazy is that? Do you guys have any reaction before I move on?
This might be a good time to drop that we have killed over 100,000 people in Venezuela through sanctions since 2017, and it can't get a word on corporate TV. This is what America does. It just doesn't get in the news.
Yeah.
Go ahead, CJ. I mean, it's so much to say. So much to say about this is but this shit is terrible, man. It's just terrible, and I don't know what else to say. I don't know.
We don't know what to do other than
we have to keep reporting this until we get enough people to come together to stop this. We have to keep talking about it, because just think about it, Chuck and Nick. Just think about it. The three of us 4, 5, 6 years ago, I wasn't thinking this. I wasn't thinking this at all. I was completely a liberal. I had the Obama shirt. I had the Obama pins, all of that stuff, right? And now look where we're at. So there's hope that more and more people are going to wake up and then join this fight. But the question is, do we have time? That's the question. Yeah. Do we have time for more people to wake up?
And I think people are waking up. It's just like, do you support like the solution? A lot of people don't like this shit, but like the solution is get rid of the U.S. military-industrial complex. Is the mainstream white liberal establishment, are they even willing to go that far? Even if they're moved, they see through the lies. Now, the propaganda has been so insane, and this is pretty much what this segment is about. I'm gonna share the last two parts here, and then I give you guys thoughts on here. Because now the propaganda campaign, now we're trying to shield the West responsibility from ending the genocide in Yemen. Now they have done a great job at whitewashing the violent Nazi militia of the Azov Battalion.
Right.
I had a friend that was telling me, and I actually thought this was a good, very constructive criticism. I appreciate it. He said, Nick, stop calling them neo-Nazis. They are Nazis. There's a distinction between that. They literally believe in the ideology of Hitler, right? So stop. People need to stop. I made a mistake. Even we need to stop calling them neo-Nazis. They are straight up Nazis.
Yeah.
Right? So I found a story that caught my eye, and it shows that there's massive pressure on not only just the West. I covered Sweden and Finland's insane NATO decision, and there was a Swedish anti-war activist that went on Democracy Now! And was saying there's literally only a conversation in the media going one way, that we should join NATO. We got to ramp up tensions against Russia. We need to send weapons to Ukraine. No one even mentions negotiation. No one talk about what joining NATO for Sweden and Finland actually means. They say, oh, we got to join NATO because it grants protection. You as a member of the EU state already does that. So they lying to people. But it's not even just Sweden and not just Finland. It's not just the UK, where they were literally, it's a crime to support Russia. And then what George Calloway was explaining, it's literally a crime to even come out in defense and support of Russia in this occupation, right? So in Poland, they are extremely against Putin, against this war. There's a mainstream journalist. Now he works for the New York Times of Poland. They're considered the paper of the record, right? So I'll just read the headline. I think the headline still explains it all, right? To show you how there's a coordinated effort by the West to clean up and whitewash the Nazi Ukrainian militia, right? Polish journalist quits newspaper after it demands a different description of the neo-Nazi militia. Now, this dude is a Polish Jew. He's a Polish Jew. So I'm going to call a Nazi a fucking Nazi. So he quit. So this is now we gotta get to the story here. One of Poland's most prominent journalists, Konstantin Gilbert. I tell you, I'm really bad at international names, guys. I'm sorry. Sad he said he's quitting in what many regard as the country's newspaper of record. They're like the New York Times, Washington Post, right? After it demanded that he describe Ukraine's controversial Azov battalion as far right instead of neo-Nazi. Now, why am I covering this? I'll show you. There's a massive neoliberal network because they're doing that in the West too. Damn, I think this is one of the streams I got pulled. I'm pulling all these streams on Rumble, but me and Zoya covered this person that was saying, "Oh, the Azov battalion, they're not that bad." And then in this tweet, she kept calling them far right. And then she called
ahead,
Russia.
Chuck. Were you gonna say something? Go ahead, Chuck. Were you holding in something?
Yeah.
How are you calling Nazis far right? I mean, we kind of do it in America a little bit, really, as well. But I mean, these are open Nazis, right? They're self-described Nazis.
There's
we
Lyoya there.
minimize that. And listen, the story you just mentioned speaks to the journalism that is the attack on journalism that's worldwide. And it's absolutely ridiculous. But I think we should not just talk about the Nazi factor. There's a lot of debate on that. Let's talk about regular Ukrainian border control. We saw what happened when Africans in the Ukraine tried to leave. They were pushed back by regular Ukrainian soldiers. We saw what happened when Indian students tried to leave. They got a lot of pushback from Ukrainian officials that weren't Nazis. I don't know if everyone saw what happened to the Moroccans and many Arab students who tried to leave. They were on a bus. They paid $150 to be on a bus. The Ukrainian soldiers said, "Get off that bus with guns." And they had white Ukrainians get on the bus and then take that bus. Al Jazeera did a story on it. They didn't pick it up so much in the United States and Western media.
So I want to share this.
I think we lost him. But when Chuck gets back, we'll put him back up. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah. So I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna get back to Chuck because I feel like I gotta share this a lot. Because I'm glad that this went viral. Like, and I'll get you in here, Chuck. I want to share this video here. Never forget. Oh shit! I fucked the audio up here. This is who the West is desperate to whitewash. The point being, this Nazi problem in Ukraine, and I'm glad that Chuck brought this point up. Even if they're not Nazis, what's happening there is something that has been long reported in Ukraine, where they use Nazi chants and racist chants in order to intimidate black and brown players on the soccer field. This is something that's been reported. I follow international soccer. This has been reported before. I saw a documentary where someone went over this, right? So, and even if they're not a Nazi, there have been reports of black people don't go down there because you would be called a nigger, you'd be called a monkey. There's just a culture down there that's anti-black. So even you're like, oh, they're not all Nazis. Okay, well, look at the culture. And that same culture led to the Azov Battalion and Western, more European-style Ukrainians who had developed intense hatred for what they described as the Russian Asiatic hordes, because they viewed Russians as being more ethnically Asian than the Western Ukrainians. So that would lead to the Azov Battalion rising, and they bombed and killed 14,000 people in the Donbass before this conflict. So that's the background that our media are trying their best to whitewash. But I ended there. I'm gonna give you guys thoughts, and then I'll open up to the panel. I'll wrap up the story from there.
CJ?
Chuck, I was just about to pass to you.
Okay.
I want to give you, since you are a guest, I want to give you the opportunity first.
You know what's interesting is I think Noam Chomsky wrote an article and he talked about how he feels that we are more closer to nuclear war than any time during the Cold War, which is a very deep statement. And I don't think Americans truly understand this point when they talk about no-fly zones and they talk about just, yes, arm the Ukrainians to the teeth. I'm concerned first and foremost about avoiding nuclear war. That's my number one concern. And so that's going to take peaceful diplomacy, peaceful negotiations, and it's going to take some concessions and rolling back what should never have happened with the expansion of NATO moving forward. And that's in the interest of humanity. That doesn't mean that Putin hasn't done war crimes, but that also doesn't mean the United States hasn't done war crimes and has never been held accountable at a much greater scale. So even if you talk about the civilians killed in Ukraine, I don't think it's up to 1,200. Well, you know what? The first...
I think we lost them. They said post a link to that clip on, and they're gonna share it. If you have it. If when Chuck gets back, we'll throw him back in there.
You're right.
Sorry, Chuck.
Sure. I just wanted to throw some data. Yes. So people are making a point, right? About civilians killed in Ukraine. The first month in Iraq, it was like 3,000 or something, like 2,500 civilians were killed, or 3,000, 7,500, something crazy in the first 2 months. So if your analysis is, well, what Putin's doing is wrong, then what is your, and it should be, because I do believe that he is breaking international law and committing war crimes, but what do you say about Joe Biden? How do you cheer Joe Biden the next step when he helped coalesce half of the Democrats to join Republicans for the Iraq war, which killed civilians in the most brutal ways and had no care in the world? So what is your mental processes to maybe correctly critique Putin, but not correctly critique Biden? It makes no logical sense.
Unless you're propagandized to think that what we call white innocence, where you can't, you get what I'm saying? It's where you see things happening to white people as different. Oh, that's justified, or that's not justified. Like that type of thinking. And that's what I think that is. It's so much of our processes, our way of thinking, our norms, our daily sort of things go back to slavery, go back to that era. And people really don't grasp that we come from a system, and it really should be called the slavery industrial complex, come from a system, right, where everybody is making money, like money on top of money, right? They develop ways of extracting as much money as they can out of this system, and that is the template for everything that comes after. The thinking of how these people are less than people, it's still here. The whole concept of policing slave catching, it's been amended. They are literally still slave catchers. They go out and get the person, makes them a felon. That is the new name for slave.
That's exactly right.
It really is all. It just all comes from there, and it stems from that. Our thinking is so many things that stems from that, and it's a great book called Slavery's Capitalism. Read the book; it kind of talks about that. But Chuck, it sounded like you were gonna interject something. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna add this.
I'll pass back to Nick then.
I'm gonna add this to your point, CJ, when you said it's about extracting wealth, because this is a good way to end the Ukraine segment. Think about it like this, guys. Zelensky made $1.3 billion as a comedian in one of the poorest countries in Europe. Guys, you guys realize in one of the richest countries where entertainers make a ton of money, Kevin Hart is probably the biggest comedian in recent times, right? Kevin Hart isn't worth $1.3 billion.
Wow.
How did Zelensky, and this is what liberals, this is their response when asked, how did Zelensky make their wealth? Well, he was a famous comedian. Kevin Hart is not worth that much money. Dave Chappelle is not worth $1.3 billion. So he told me that a comedian in one of the smallest economies in Europe can somehow make more money than some of the most famous American comedians. And he would just so happen to be on the Pandora Papers. And he was funneling money out of Ukraine, taking deals for NATO in the West. Wake up, guys. Come on. Yeah, I see someone said Dave Chappelle the biggest star. The point is, whether it's Dave Chappelle or Kevin Hart, none of them made $1.3 billion in the biggest market for entertainment. But he did it in Ukraine?
Wow. I didn't know that.
Real.
Didn't know it.
Yep. We've been reporting on here. Like, everyone who want to stand with Ukraine, trying to apologize for Zelensky, war criminal, corrupt administration. They didn't cover the fact, is it Pandora or Panama Papers? I keep fucking forgetting. I always fuck that up.
Panama?
But I think it's Panama. I think it's Panama. But I don't know why I always want to conflate those two. But he was in the Panama Papers. And there was a report that he was caught extracting wealth out of Ukraine. And a lot of people was upset at him before the crisis because of this. Did this invasion happen? The best thing that can happen to Zelensky. Now, no one talk about it. I didn't know that much about it either. I looked into it. That was something that was reported at the time. Now people pretend that didn't happen. Panama and Pandora both exist. That's probably why. But anyway, I want to pass it to Chuck. Any final thoughts? And I think we about almost ready to wrap up, CJ, right?
Yeah. No, I just appreciate the invite. Great chopping it up with both of you. Great talking about these issues, because you don't really get to talk about these issues at length. And even when we do, it's a small sound bite. It's a tiny sound bite here. So these are the very serious issues that need unpacking, that need extended discussion. So I appreciate how you've developed your platform.
Absolutely. I just want to thank Chuck for coming on. If we'll extend the invite to you again in the future. We just sit around, talk about stuff. It's always fun to talk. So I'll pass back to you, Nick.
Yeah, last thing I want to say is oh shit, I lost the link. But let me see if I can pull it up. We are on Rumble now. We're gonna start live streaming on there. I actually tried to do it today, but I couldn't. They wouldn't let me set it up because I had to wait. There was like a waiting period. So as soon as that waiting period is done, which I think is tomorrow, I'm gonna start trying to set up Rumble live streams. Where's the fucking video? I posted. Hold on, let me go all videos. I'll just share my screen because this is our Rumble page because they've been pulling our strings when we talk about this Ukraine shit. This is the video. Damn, I already see 58 people watched it. Not bad considering I literally never promoted it yet, except on the stream. So this is the video that was pulled from me and Zoya did. I'm pissed because the thing is we didn't only cover Ukraine. Like we did another stream where we covered a ton of shit and then we talked about it for a little bit. They pulled us again. And the weirdest thing is, ask CJ, we get copyright claims all the time. It happens when you cover the news. But usually when you get copyright claims, they will just demonetize your video, which is like, all right, I'm cool. You guys don't pay us anyway. I'm fine with that. But for some reason, when I got the copyright claims when I covered Ukraine, they just pulled the video. And I've been live streaming for about 2 years. That shit never happened. And I'm intellectually honest enough to acknowledge that maybe it was because of copyright claim. I'm just telling you guys, they never outright pulled that shit before. Despite our copyright claims before, until I started covering Ukraine. That's all I'm gonna say. So,
I do have something to say now.
Go ahead.
You said that.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna end here. I think everybody knows Gary Webb, the incredible journalist who uncovered crack cocaine going into Los Angeles. And he said this. I'm reading right now. I was winning awards, getting raises, lecturing college classes, appearing on TV shows.
Uh-oh. We'll wait for him to come. He'll be right back in just a few seconds, and then we'll put him back in there so he can finish what he was saying there. All right, there he goes.
I'm gonna give it another shot.
Okay.
Because I love this quote. I was winning awards, getting raises, lecturing college classes, appearing on TV shows, and judging journalism contests. And when I wrote some stories that made me realize how sadly misplaced my bliss had been, the reason I enjoyed so much smooth sailing for so long hadn't been, as I assumed, because I was careful and diligent and good at my job. The truth was that in all those years, I hadn't written anything important enough to suppress. Gary Webb.
That's a great way to end it. CJ, you have anything else you want to promote? You're muted, by the way.
Oh, no, but I'm gonna end with a historical video again. So, Chuck, did you want to shout out anything? Are you gonna be on any upcoming podcasts? What are you working on? Any piece? Do you have a Substack? Like anything you want to shout out?
Well, it's hard to say, right? Because I'm going to go away for a week, maybe, to the border of Ukraine, Romania, but I have to find my passport. It's like
you still haven't found the passport?
No, that's a whole crazy thing. I think it's somewhere. I got a plan. So, wish me luck by tomorrow.
Right on. And Nick, did you have any? For me, I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow at 3 p.m. the regular time. So you can catch me here tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday, yeah. And then tomorrow I have a stream with JB and Michelle about disability rights. I think tomorrow also I have the Red Beret, so check that out. That's all happening tomorrow. And Nick?
Yeah, so we have Outsider's View with Josana. We having like 2 guests on. I think she's bringing on a Brazilian guest. I don't quite know her name. I know Josana been working on that. We also bringing on she gonna come on as a guest, and she does a lot of good work calling out Eric Adams in the police state. So it's gonna be it'll be a great time. She's been calling out Eric Adams, so she'll join us on the Outsider View. We're gonna talk about the NYPD crackdown on the workers. It should be a good show. So that's what we got tomorrow. Anyway, support us on Rumble, support us on Patreon, support the show. CJ, any last words?
No, that's gonna be it. So we're gonna end with a video from I think this is when he was still known as Stokely Carmichael. So we're gonna listen to this video on our way out. We won't be coming back after this video clip. The stream will end. So everybody have a great rest of your evening and catch RBN sometime tomorrow for one of our streams or one of our videos. I'll be in the morning. I'm starting to do Nick in the morning, watch a clip with CJ where I have these clips and I'm on live. I'm not talking or anything, but I'm, in the chat and we're all talking about the clip. So I'll probably do that again tomorrow. So look for that. We got a lot of content coming out tomorrow, but we're going to leave you with this clip. And all of you have a great rest of your night. Thank you for supporting RBN.
The country to its knees if it messes with a black man. They're saying